want you to know how I blessed you. And this is why the Deuteronomy 16 and 16 to verse 17 is important because it comes right after the new year. So after you had a year of blessings from the Most High God, yeah, He wants you to spend a little money on His Passover. Con?
Yeah, Kana. This is why when you read in the scriptures, it talks about the firstlings of all your herds, or when you earn money, you're supposed to be putting it away and using it to promote and enlarge the word, man, right? So, like Shaw Paul was saying, some people, when it comes to the Passover, they want to be cheap. They want to take all kind of shortcuts. Now, of course, we're not saying, go for broke and mess yourself up. But at the same time, when it comes to these feast days, man, we got to take it very serious. And I think a lot of our people don't take it serious. I'll say another thing, too, is we don't trust the Most High, right? That He's going to take care of us. Right? A lot of us are still caught up in that mindset of, living in fear, really. That's really what it is, right? Some people just live in fear and don't think that that they will do well if they put this into the Most High's work, right? That they're just going to lose it. But the Most High blesses His own, man, right? We got to have faith, and when it comes to His feast days, or when it comes to serving Him, right, or offering anything to Him, it has to be the best of the best, man, right? That's the spirit we got to move in, as a nation, and not that spirit of fear or greed, right? Because you get a lot of people that will do that, right? But Salakia, I was just doing something. I just thought I should add that real quick, and
After a
I
while.
did want to pull a couple of scriptures, but go ahead, Ak.
Yeah, you can pull some scriptures when you have the time, King. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
Hey, Sister Thamar, Shalom.
hey, Shalom, sis.
Shalom, fam.
Hey, Shalom, brother Ezra. What's going on?
Captivity.
Yeah, you ready for Passover, Ak?
Definitely.
Khan, yeah, you with WFI, right? When is y'all Passover again? I'm Salakia King. I didn't check. You there, Ak? Yeah, the brother might be in the Matrix, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see a phone by jump off.
Shalom, family.
Hey, Shalom, Princess. What's going on?
Shalom.
Nothing much but the preparation for Passover. So the topic that we have on hand, um, to, uh, does the Most High deserve a cheap Passover? No, it doesn't deserve a cheap Passover because when the Most High gave you His Son, that was not cheap. That was expensive. When He took us out of Egypt with a mighty hand, that was not cheap. That was glorious. So he does not deserve, for us to do anything cheap when it comes to the Passover. That should be a time where we prepare. We have a whole year to prepare for the Most High. Yeah, I know it's hard. I know things are very difficult, but we can chip in little by little every month, every week, whatever, however we get paid, and put a set aside the Most High's money or whatever it is that you want to give for the Most High. We can do all that. We can prepare for the Most High. So when the time comes, there is no excuse on why you're looking to be cheap with the Most High. So we're definitely, it's unacceptable for you to want anything cheap when it comes to the Most High. That's my take on that. Shalom.
Con. Yeah, the
Khan.
sister came through and made a valid point. A very valid point. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't cheap bringing you up out of Egypt. That was expensive, right? It wasn't cheap giving up his son. That was expensive. right? I'd rather give up all the money I have in my bank account plus what I got stashed in the shoebox. I'd rather give all that up than give up my son, to be honest, right? That's why, I do give Yahweh, credit, man, because, man, I'm not sure if I'd give up my son for you niggas. And I'm just being honest. Like, I got to be completely 100, man, you know? And that was expensive, man, to give up your only begotten son just so a bunch of ungrateful niggas could have a grace. You know what I'm saying? That was
Right.
expensive. That was completely expensive, man. So yeah, you got to take that into consideration when you're over here, clutching your purse or squeezing your wallet when it comes to the Lord's Passover. You got something to say, Ari?
Nah, yeah, right, Rocky, right. Our people are amazing, man. Right? They think, Most High did all that, but yeah, when it comes to us giving back, we want to give grudgingly, and not even want to give in some cases. We have all kinds of reasons why we can't give, excuses, right? That's a horrible spirit to move in, man, right? And a lot of times, if you can give more, because remember, in Israel, some people actually do not have, right? But they do want to come to the Passover, right? They do want to participate in the feast days. And a lot of people feel bad that they can't give more. This is why if you're in a position where the Most High has blessed you, right, you should be adding more. Sometimes give more than you expected of in some cases, right? I try to do that when it comes to the Passover because I understand there are brothers and sisters that do not have, right? So, but yeah, man, we gotta get out that spirit of greed and start really loving our nation. And we can't love, in words, man, right? We gotta love in actions. Well, yeah, I yield with
Yeah, man. Really got to take into consideration, man. Right? Yahweh and his gloriousness and what he really deserves, right? And maybe nobody heard that verse before. You know what I'm saying? Maybe because we got a whole lot of new people in the truth. Maybe probably nobody heard Deuteronomy 16 to 16 to 17 before, and they didn't know that was law to really partake in those days. Those days of being mandatory, and Yahweh doesn't want you to be cheap on those days. Maybe they had no understanding. Maybe they you know didn't even think of the fact that right Yahweh Shai gave his life on that day, how important it is, and you know the plagues on Egypt. Because if you go to the scriptures, we also left Egypt with much substance. It says that, like, we spoiled the Egyptians, and we left Egypt with much substance. So just that alone shows that the Most High God blessed us on that day. So we should be, precipitating, right? That word precipitate, we're supposed to be precipitating the Most High God, right? And don't come into the truth with that spirit of, well, you know, yeah, I know we're supposed to, give it to the Most High God, but I just ain't got it right now. I got my mind on this new car, right? Because I'm gonna be like my elders Zabak and just keep it real with y'all. One time for the one time, right? Y'all know damn well it's tax season too. And if you do spend a little bread on the Most High God out of your taxes or right before your taxes come, it ain't gonna hurt you that much. But I know a lot of brothers and a lot of sisters had their mind on other things they want to spend, right? So if you got to dip into that tax return money and not get the brand new couch set or the brand new carpet or the brand new kicks or the brand new TV that you was planning on getting out of the tax return money, but you spend that on the Lord, Yahweh's going to repay you. He's going to be thankful. Don't you know when you follow the commandments, you get blessed, and when you don't follow, you get cursed? Do we got to go back to Deuteronomy 28 for you to understand that? Understand that if you don't follow the commandment of Deuteronomy 16 and 16 to verse 17 of not being cheap on the Passover, if you don't follow that and you want to be cheap on the Passover, you fall back onto Deuteronomy 28 if you don't follow the commandments. Do we got to really explain that to you, or are you getting it? Hey, Elder Macabre in the building, Shalom, King.
Shalom, shalom, everybody.
Hey, Shalom, Elder.
Right, yeah, sure. Shalom,
Shalom.
shalom, shalom.
Yeah, I'm surprised you up. I hardly got up, man. Brothers on that conference call so late last night.
God. And I had to go open the room.
Yeah.
I ain't get to bed till I don't know why I'm up, man. I have no idea. But shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Right? I was just over here, explaining to our people, especially the ones that's new to the truth, that the Lord's Passover is nothing to be penny pinching about.
God, none to be played with either. At all.
A lot of people, and I dealt with this spirit, and it's crazy. I dealt with this spirit a little bit the past 2 years, but it's mainly this year. I'm having a lot of people say like, "Oh, I'm thinking about having a cheap Passover, man. I already got it like that. How do I have a cheap Passover? How do I get an affordable Passover?" I was like, man, these people find out they Jews and now they want to be Jewish with the Most High. Like, that's
God.
right. Like, like in Babylon, you'd be looked at as a lame if you didn't um get a lot of stuff for Christmas. You know what I'm saying? You'd be looked at as a lame if your New Year's wasn't
God.
popping. And a lot of our people that keep over the Joneses, you went hard for Babylon. You went completely hard for Babylon, and you're gonna come into the truth and be whacked for the Most High. Come on now. In the hood, we say, "Where's that same energy?" And a lot of people are gonna hear this kind of conversation. They're gonna come in the room, hear this kind of conversation, and then dip off because this is something that a lot of our people really do, man. They come into the truth, and I was like, I want to have a dry spirit when it comes to the new moon. I want to have a dry spirit. Brother touched up on that a little bit last night. Like, I'm saying certain people come in the truth and they rather see a big school and a super congregation, but you don't want to show up to no new moons. You don't want to show up to no Sabbath classes. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people come for the hype. When it comes to the culture, they don't want no parts of it.
God.
Hey, yo, where you at? Garden of Eden? Got birds everywhere. Chirping.
Hey, shalom, shalom.
Shalom. It's shy with the fire.
Shalom, shalom, Mark,
Shalom,
shalom.
shalom.
Yeah,
Shalom,
but
Mark.
she not shot
Shalom,
right at them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
man.
you got
shalom.
Shabbat.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Sound like we all rolling over.
Yeah, it do kind of sound the Garden of Eden, right? Yeah, I
God.
just like I said, I got up late now, taking my dog for the walk around the neighborhood.
Yeah, how was it out there in Atlanta? It's warm. No, it's warmer than New York, probably.
Yeah, it's warmer than New York, but it's still bipolar. It's a little chilly at night than it is at the day. The day feels hot. The night it's chilly. It's not like New York cold, definitely not though at night. But it do get chilly. I throw on a
God.
hoodie.
Oh, hoodie. You was good, man. Then you said hoodie.
Nah, not no jacket.
You
Maybe
was good till you said hoodie, man. We were
yeah, around.
sympathizing with you, you know.
I gotta admit, like This past winter was probably the coldest winter in Atlanta. Like 2 days, I had to break out the North Face sock, just two.
Wow. Yo. This has been an old school winter, but minus all the snow. We didn't get all the snow we used to get. But when I tell you it didn't come up above 30 and 30, freezing for 2, 3 weeks we was out there freezing, man. It was like Chicago weather out here, man. It's crazy. Straight teens, man.
Yeah, it was one day that Saturday, man. When Sabak was down there on 42nd, we was in the bank. That Saturday
Uh,
was a break. That was a break Saturday.
we took the whole bank over, man. It was about 20, 25 of us in the bank. It was crazy. Yeah, it was cold as hell. Hmm.
Yeah, man. You know, elders about don't get cold.
Nah, but he got cold that day.
Yeah, he got cold that day.
Oh yeah.
He only did like 20 minutes. He got
Oh
cold.
yeah. I was like, what? We done? It's like, yeah, who got next? We got next. That I was like, what? Matter of fact, we didn't even chant, did we? We got the hell in the bank and then left. It was crazy cold.
God. I gotta admit, them New York winters, man. I'm feeling kind of spoiled, man. I gotta come down there during the winter. I gotta come up there during the winter again. Get some of that
God,
air in my lungs.
God, you gotta come, and be reminded of where you came from, baby.
Brooklyn, downtown Brooklyn be cold as hell
Uh,
too, cause you don't got nothing to block that air from coming down there. You just in the open, so yeah, it got cold, man. You put in some work this winter. I ain't gonna front. Put in some work,
uh,
some cold ass days, Yeah, for real.
uh. All praises to the Most High in season and out of season.
Yeah, who can withstand the most size cold? They put me to work. Get your eye, man, because usually when we was with on 14th Street, man, we ain't do the cold. I ain't gonna front. If it was under 30 degrees, we wasn't out there, man. We was like, hell no. Like, get your eye, New York and New Jersey. Put me to work.
Uh, Brothers get out there, that's for sure, man. All praises, man. We got that lovely Passover coming though. All praises. Good, Shia.
You'll see the title. You cheap Passover. What's up, Shaw Paul? You cheap Passover. What's up with that, huh?
It's a lesson I'm giving to the Akim and Aqua. Yo, let me reset the room. How you doing? This your kosher breakfast. Hot the skillet. Come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it in the heathen fears it. Because every morning brothers bring them swords out. Let you know what the law about. Let's turn the clubhouse into the Lord house. We're gonna bring it out. You haven't already, click that little greenhouse, right? And make sure you following this platform, all the other platforms, because you're bringing out the word of the Lord 24/7, 365, pushing the gospel through your Wi-Fi, pushing positive vibes to the 12 tribes until you have a shot crack the sky, all praises to the Most High, right? And today's subject is a cheap Passover. We're gonna talk about it, man, because this is the three-peat. This is the three-peat of the Passover in Atlanta. The first one, we had to go to Atlanta because that's when the shutdowns first started, 2019, right? And actually, we didn't even get to do the Passover because all the shutdowns. So we did the Passover at the house. Everybody in the camp did the Passover in the house. But we did the second Passover or the makeup Passover. right? We held that in Atlanta, and then last year we held the official Passover in Atlanta, and this the three-peat. And I noticed that a lot of people I've been talking to, and especially this year, they've been asking about a cheap Passover. How do I celebrate the Passover cheap? And I got to keep it real with them. According to law, if we push in law, the Most High God doesn't want you to have a cheap Passover. And if I could get a reader, what I'm saying, that'd be pleasant. The brothers could raise their hand if I could get a reader on deck. But yeah, according to the Most High God, He doesn't want you to have a cheap Passover. According to the law of Deuteronomy 16 and 16 to 17, right? There is no cheap Passover. Hold on one second, y'all. Right? When you read Deuteronomy 16 and 16 to 17, it tells you that on these three events, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Tabernacles, Yahweh ordered all males to appear before him and don't appear empty, right? And then we get to verse 17, it's telling you supposed to give unto the Most High God as he has blessed you. So this is the day you're not supposed to be cheap on the Passover. I do understand that we in captivity, and a lot of our people didn't know. So they went out, and spent bread, thinking that the Passover was just like the new moon or something, or just another day. But according to law, you're supposed to give unto the Most High God as He is giving you, right? So that's what made me do this subject matter, just to get the people, you know, a heads up for this year and next year, right? Because I start saving for the Passover from like June, July. You know, I put some money aside every once in a while just to make sure I have some for the Pesach, the Passover, the first fruits, and the tabernacles are the days you're commanded. Especially brothers, we out here pushing, keep the law, statutes, and commandments. Those days are your commanded to show up and don't be cheap. I understand if you're dead broke because you're in captivity and there's just nothing you can squeeze out, you want to have a cheap Passover, but don't complain to me about a Passover price when you got a closet and you got 7 new pairs of shoes from this year, 5 new pairs of shoes, a new car, you know, a new furnishing in the house. You know what I'm saying? If you don't balled out when it comes to other things, just make sure that you keep that same energy for the Lord's Passover, and that's commanded.
The new Xbox.
The new Xbox, you got the new Xbox, you got the new PlayStation. Even you dudes that got a $500 gun, you probably got a $500 gun, a $1,200 gun, but you think that that's gonna save you in the day of wrath? Now, keeping the commandments is gonna save you in the day of wrath. So you spent,
The new 11s.
what'd you say?
The new 11s. The Michael
Yeah,
Jordan.
the new Jordans, you sisters with the new Burberry or whatever y'all copping nowadays. So don't be cheap with the Most High God on these days. But I can understand if you didn't know that, and now it's coming along that time for the Passover, and you probably ain't got it like that. But from now on till next year and the year after, I just want my people to realize that yeah, you supposed to give unto the Most High God for the Passover, and I yield.
Hey, Shaw Paul, check your text real quick. Slack it, Chief. Hey, Shalom, Chief. Shalom, shalom.
All right, Kyle, I'm gonna check now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
last comment.
Shalom, shalom. Chief. Yeah, about Shem Shabbat.
Shabbat
And to add to what Shaw Park saying, man, you know, when we was in the world, we spent thousands of dollars on Christmas. We spent hundreds of dollars on these folly days, Thanksgiving, Fourth of July. We buying all the damn fireworks. You know what I'm saying? You spending all this money. So so where is that same energy for the Lord's feast days? You know what I'm saying? And then you don't have to. You're not spending that money on those folly days no more. So so what? So now you, instead of spending two bands on Christmas, why don't you spend one band on Passover? You know what I'm saying? Like people want to come out of the world and into the truth with less energy, and that's disingenuous to the Most High, man.
Con. Now, if you don't have it, you don't have it, right? We can't search your mind or go into your bank account or your house. Nobody can tell what you got, right? But at the same time, like the brothers are bringing out, we can't be cheap when it comes to the Most High. When we spend all year buying all kinds of stuff that we don't even need, man, right? Spending money on Jordan. Who still buys Jordans, man? Right? You know what I mean?
Peace
I'm
of
not
Christ.
saying we can't. Uh, God,
A lot of people still buy Jordans out.
God.
A lot of people.
That's madness, man. And it's not like you buy one or two. They'll go and have like 15 to 20 pairs, man, or even more in some cases, man. They want the latest one that just dropped, but you can't, add into for the Passover, right? You got all kinds of excuses when it comes to the Lord's feast day. That's straight madness to me, man. The Most High comes first over anything. I'll wear the same pants over and over. I don't care, man. Right? If I have to put, if I, have to, if I have a choice, put the money towards the Passover or go buy some new outfit and all that. Nah, I'm not doing that. Those days are gone. When you doing that, you're still thinking like you're in the world, right? Those are things we're supposed to be turning away from and not doing anymore, right? We're supposed to be moving in a different spirit, right? But yeah, man, I just wanted to bring that out real quick for you.
Yeah. Now people got that spirit of Cain, man. You come with that bull crap sacrifice to the Lord. And it is what it is. That's within the camps. I see it. I see it a lot. I said, I'm sure probably even without, things cost, man. We rented a spot, unfortunately, we don't have a school in Atlanta just yet. We had some things brewing, but it never fell through. But we don't have a school big enough to bring all the people. And then we had to do it according to, the stipulations of the mandates. So we moving around, like in the wilderness, and we making sure we got a comfortable spot to bring the people. It cost, that cost, the wine cost, wine ain't cheap, and the cost of everything has gone up. I don't know if y'all paying attention, but look at your gas prices. You know, look, I just finished. Well, I ain't even finished building the damn dog kennel, but we buying the supplies, going back and forth to Lowe's, and it's retarded. The wood and all the materials, everything is going up. So, we gotta be able to sacrifice for the Lord, and we gotta be able to do something big, especially those 3 times a year that he requires us to be there. There's no excuse for us not to be there. The only time we should is a buy. Yeah, now yesterday's price is not today's price. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Fat Joe's voice, man. You know what I'm saying? Everything done gone up. But everything costs, the wine, we gotta get bitter herbs. Bitter herbs. Even the bitter herbs done gone up, but that ain't too much. We gotta get the stuff to make unleavened bread. We buy matzahs just to make sure we have enough unleavened bread. That don't cost much, but that lamb, that lamb and that goat.
we not out there buying little lamb chops, little lamb leg. That's cool if if you in the house with you and your family and you can't make it. You know what I'm saying? You in a place where you can't afford your plane ticket, hotel, because that all costs too. But we got to make sure everything is straight for the feast day. You got to get your decorations. You got to get your garment. Niggas was fly for Easter, man. You know what I'm saying? You was fly for Easter. Everybody back in the day, your Easter clothes was a lot of our first day to school clothes. You know what I'm saying? So we used to get fly for Easter, and everybody, at least in my hood, that's what we wore for the first day of school, whatever we wore on Easter. You know what I'm saying? And we came out fly, man. Jake was fly. So if you got to be willing to sacrifice, man, and put something together for the Lord. Don't come with that Cain sacrifice, man. His sacrifice was rejected. The Lord wasn't dealing with it. So you gotta put that in your mind too. If especially if you had opportunity to put it away, a lot of our people spend money on folly, man. You know what I'm saying? You spend money on folly every damn week. You probably go into the liquor store. You go get your little Hennessy. You know, Hennessy, your Grey Goose, whatever, Ciroc. You drinking all this expensive strong drink. And you do it on a weekly basis. You know, instead of getting a strong drink, get a cheap bottle of wine. Get a Manischewitz, something good, something that still give you a little buzz, and put the rest of that away. Because I've seen that too. Israel don't have no money when it comes to the feast days. No money, no food. They ain't bringing no damn juices, no wine, no potato chips, no paper plates, nothing. They don't bring a damn roll of paper towel, but they always got money for liquor. They always in the liquor store. When you making a liquor run, here you go. Yo, I got 5 on it. Jake always got some money for it. So keep that in mind, Israel. And it is crazy. It's crazy. Always got money for a liquor run, but those be the ones that don't have the money for the feast days, man. So get your priorities together, man. Don't be like my PTR, man. You know
Hey,
what I'm saying?
Chief, yeah, what I was about to say, what up with your PTR, man? Can I eat some breakfast before, man? Before you put this up, man?
I'm, I'm showing you how the Bronx look and why I don't miss New York City, damn.
Man, come on, Chief. Let me get some breakfast, man. Calm, calm. Yeah, like the brother Chief said, man. I mean, yeah, a lot of, it's funny. You have money to spend on other things, and that's not what we're saying. That you can't do good to thyself. But remember, the Most High's days is important, man. Really important. So you can find money to buy a flat screen TV or things that's gonna make you so-called happy, in this society. But when it's time to sacrifice for the Lord, it's a problem, and money don't go to us. If people's thinking like that. It's things when you see what we rent out and the place we rent out and how many hours we got to rent out and you see all the lamb and all of that. That's coming from money that the people gave. So you got to understand that if you want a nice Passover, then you got to put up to get a nice Passover. It is what it is. That's what we got to understand. Nobody's saying you can't do good to thyself. Apocrypha say do good to thyself and also help out thy friend. So we're not saying that, but we're saying, this is the Lord's Passover, and you got to expect to, give up and so that we can have a great Passover in the spirit of the Lord. And it takes money to do that.
Con, Con, go ahead, Chief. Nah, it's real stuff, man. You definitely keeping up. A lot of our people keep it up with the Joneses with the new phone. You know what I'm saying? You got your new phone. You know, brothers be, and sisters, you be ordering.
And you know, yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Support Hebrew Israelite businesses, but y'all be ordering all the goddamn shirts that everybody's selling. That shirt spirit, you know. A lot of our people buy so many shirts that they don't even have a garment, man. You know, you so occupied in keeping up with the Joneses, buying all the Hebrew Israelite shirts from your favorite people, but you don't got a garment. You know, and then you come, then you want, and that's another thing. Don't come to the Passover with no damn shirt and fringes, man. The scriptures say, gird up your loins, man. You know, you can have a staff in your hand. Make sure you got a staff. Don't come to the Passover without a staff. You know, even put something to that. You know, so you don't have to buy it from a brother, but put some jazz into your staff, man. Go find a nice, goodly branch, damn it, and go paint it or something. Don't come over here with no damn, you know, no joint you just found and the joint got bugs on it and everything. Go clean it up. Go shave it with some sandpaper if you can't afford to, man. Make sure you look good for the Passover, man. Make sure you look good. You come correct for the Lord's feast day. Get off that shirt spirit, man. That damn shirt spirit has gone mad. Everybody and their mom. Ain't no wrong with that when it's hot outside. You in the camp, you holding camp. Okay, cool. But make sure you get a garment, man. Invest in a garment. You know, make sure you got a garment, Israel. The scriptures talk about that for the Passover. You got to look right. The most I tell you how to look, man, how to dress. There's a reason why there's a dress code on that. A lot of y'all don't know if if you new to the truth. We understand that. But the scriptures tell you that, man. Gird up your loins. You can't do that with a little t-shirt, man. You know, so if you could afford to continue to buy older shirts, I see it. You know, brothers, I have a shirt from this brother, a shirt from that brother. You see the different shirts. It's cool. It's dope. You know, it look fly. Don't get it twisted. But the most I tell you, you got to gird up your loins, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to have shoes on your feet. That's another thing. Don't come. I mean, I hope nobody come barefooted like a damn Hamite to the Passover. You know what I mean? Don't come like that. But it gives you a dress code for the Passover. It tells you how to come correct. So keep that in mind, you know, and when you do that, man, even if you gotta hold it in your house, make sure you got don't be in your house barefoot. Don't be in your house barefoot to follow the law. Make sure you got your staff in your hand while you eat the Seder meal. You know, make sure you got your loins girded. Make sure you got that garment on, man. Present yourself to the Most High in like manner, man, the manner that he describes. Stop half stepping. The niggas went full throttle for all these damn pagan days in the world. For all of them. You done put all types of stuff on your Christmas tree. You know, you got the little silver, whatever the hell they call the shingles, or I don't know what they call, something like that. You got the little, the silver, you got the gold ones, tinsels. You got the big star. You got the $50, $60 star on the top. You got all the balls. You know, you bought all the different wrapping paper. You know, you either got a real tree or a fake tree. You know, some of y'all got the white tree. You know what I'm saying? You so stuck in white supremacy. You niggas had the white tree in your house. You know what I'm saying? You went all out, man. You went all out. But you can't do that for the Lord. Keep that in mind, Israel. The Most High know. So if you went crazy in the world for them feasts, and I know I did. I know I did. So that's the least I can give and do for the Most High. You know what I'm saying? That's why we having a Passover shebang party after the first day. It's gonna be the third or fourth day at my house. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to continue to go all out for the Most High and have a big old barbecue. You know what I'm saying? Eating the burgers and hot dogs on some tortilla bread, some tortillas. That's how you're supposed to do, Israel. You're supposed to go all out for the feast day. Don't just do it. You know, the scriptures talk about the first and the last day, but make sure you holding it down during the week too. You know, Go all out for the Most High's feast days. This is your culture, man. This is your culture. All right. So, you can't go back to Israel and celebrate in Israel unless you know somebody over there. So that money that you spend on that ticket to Israel, according to man, put it towards the feast day and make sure you come correct with your garment, staff in hand, and all of that. I yield, man.
God. I got a quick scripture. Um, you reap what you sow. You know that, through scripture. It's really that simple, right? And again, we're just saying, give the Most High the best you got, right? That's what we pushing here, right? If you know you can definitely give more, give, right? When it comes to the feast day, let's start taking it serious. Because I'm not even going to lie to y'all, man. I struggled with that, right? When I first came into the truth, right? Keeping up with the feast days. And I mean, I kept up with the feast days, but just like the whole tradition of it, right? But all praises to the Most High. That's something I take very serious now. So, and we should. But I'm going to read a scripture real quick. This is 2 Corinthians 9. It says, 9, I'm going to start at verse 6. It says, but this I say, he which soweth sparingly, right? When you get into that word, I mean, someone that gives a little bit, like you give a little bit at a time, right? Shall reap also sparingly, right? And he which soweth bountifully shall reap also bountifully, right? So if you sowing, because remember, you put in taking the time to really practice your tradition, right? Your heritage, right? Not only is that good for you, it's also good for us as a nation. Also, you're teaching your children their ways, right? Now you start teaching them that, listen, these are very important days to us. We're commanded to keep these days and we're to take it serious. All right. With money situation, just like, Chief just brought out, when you're out in the world, we celebrated all these holidays, man. We never missed it. I remember I used to go for the Black Friday sales so I can catch some deals so I can buy gifts for people, right? I had the decoration in my house, Christmas tree, right? One time we had like 2 Christmas trees in the damn house, right? One wasn't good enough, right? We went all in with this stuff, right? So if we can practice that in the world, why can't we do it in righteousness? Now that you've come to this knowledge, right, and understanding that according to the scriptures, these are the actual days that the Most High has commanded you to keep and to teach to your children, right? Why are we being cheap when it comes to that? When we were in the world, we went all out. But when it comes to now we want to, well, brother just don't have, man. And the brothers are bringing out. Honestly, when you hear that, sometimes these brothers, they're spending money on stuff they're not supposed to be spending money on. I mean, it's really that simple, right? But they're sowing into wickedness, right? When you put the money into something that you know is not going to benefit you at all, right? But when it comes to the feast days, we got excuses. The Most High sees all, man, right? We can hide it from men, but guess what? The Most High sees everything. But we're going to read on. Verse 7, every man according, right, as he purposed in his heart, so let him give, right? Now, when people read this, they're like, well, God just want me to give whatever, little I got. No, you know what you're supposed to be doing, right? You know you had money last week, right, to add to the Passover. You just got that tax return, but you rather spend it on stuff that you know that is absolutely useless, man. Right? But for the feast day, all of a sudden you don't have no money. That's madness, right? It says that, but they will try to justify it here. But you already know you got the money for the feast days. Why don't you put it add to the actual feast day? Right? It says not grudgingly, because a lot of brothers do that, man. When you start telling them, yo, we gotta get this thing together, we gotta celebrate our Lord's Passover, right? All of a sudden, they become your damn enemy, right? When brothers been telling you for months, right, to add to it, even if you did it a little bit at a time, brothers won't have a problem with that, right? If you're a man in the congregation And let's say your donation is $100, and you say, you know what, Passover is 5 months from now. Let me at least give like $20 a month until then, right? Even if you did that, nobody's gonna laugh at you and say, "Oh, you broke." Man, I'll do it if I had to. I'm not. I don't have no shame in my game, and that's the spirit we got to move in and say, "Listen, I got to do whatever I got to do to play my part, right? Because you, as an Israelite man, right, you play a part in this walk, and we got to be that example. And it falls on our women too. But a lot of times, the man is the man is the head of the household. If you're in, a marriage situation, and you got to be that example, right? And not give grudgingly or of necessity, for God loveth a cheerful giver. We should be giving cheerfully, right? Not with grudge and anger, right? Brother, don't ask me again, man. I don't have it. Leave me alone. I ain't got that money, right? Verse 8, and God is able to make all grace abound towards you, that ye always, having all sufficient in all things, may abound to every good works. Right? What are the good works that we practice in? Keeping these law, statutes, and commandments. Practicing the feast days. Those are good works. Those are counted as good works when we get into the scriptures. Right? So we do got to take the feast days very important. Right? And we got to add to it if we can, and not be selfish when it comes to this thing. But with that, I yield.
Let me just read a precept also. This is Ecclesiastes 7:12. For wisdom is a defense, and money is a defense, but the excellency of knowledge is that wisdom giveth life to them that have it. So money is a defense, Israel. Don't get it twisted. There is definitely wolves in sheep clothing, but you know, when you see the fruits of the labor, when you see where the money is going to, you see what's happening. You understand? That's the defense, man. It's used for things that we need, not want. But I ain't gonna hold you. I love to go all out for the feast days. Especially the major ones. The major ones, we gotta go all out, man. That shows your sacrifice. That shows your effort towards the Most High. So keep that in mind. Money is a defense, and we need money to make things happen. I know it may sound like, oh, these guys are. Nah, it's not that. We're not asking for a Creflo Dollar Jet. We're not asking for, uh, you know, things for our personal gain. Nah, we asking y'all to help us be right on the feast days, man. Let's come together. Let's do it right. You know what I'm saying? Let's sacrifice for the Most High and make sure we go all out, man. You read about, if you read the first chapter of Second Esdras and Apocrypha, and you see how King Josiah went crazy for the Passover. That man went crazy. That they said there was never a Passover like that in Israel ever, ever. I'm talking about crazy bullocks, crazy, all types of damn meats, man. That man King Josiah went crazy on the Passover. So just keep that in mind. Read that when you get an opportunity. Read the first chapter in Second Esdras. No, First Esdras. What am I saying? First Esdras, first chapter
First, that's the
in
first
the
chapter. Yeah. If we
yeah
had time, I was
first,
gonna have a
first
brother read through that too because that's
yeah.
a heavy scripture. It shows you the spirit that we're supposed to be in for the Passover.
Come on, we should get that. Somebody want to get that? Um, Con, con. Yeah, let me get that. It's First Esdras, chapter 1, verse 1. And Josiah held a feast of the Passover in Jerusalem unto the Lord and offered the Passover the 14th day of the first month. That's when we supposed to keep it, all right? The 14th day of Abib, all right? Having set the priest according to their daily courses, being arrayed in long garments in the temple of the Lord. So he had them on a job. You got the incense. You over here keeping the fire burning for the sacrifices. You over here, King Josiah was putting them in their place. And they had long garments arrayed, being arrayed in long garments, man. And you know they was fly. He was like, yeah, y'all gonna wear these today. You know what I'm saying? Uh, it says, and he spake unto the Levites, the holy ministers of Israel, that they should hallow themselves unto the Lord, to set the holy ark of Yahweh in the house of that King Solomon, the son of David, had built. And said, ye shall no more bear the ark upon your shoulders. Now therefore serve the Most High your power, and minister unto his people Israel, and prepare you after your families and kindreds, according as David the king of Israel prescribed, and according to the magnificence of Solomon his son, and standing in the temple according to the several dignity of the families of you, the Levites, who minister in the presence of your brethren, the children of Israel. Offer the Passover in order, and make ready the sacrifices for your brethren, and keep the Passover according to the commandment of the Lord, which was given unto Moses. Some, the ordinances, they got to keep it according to the law. They tell them to get their staff in hand and all of that. All right, gird up their loins. All right, it says, and unto the people that was found there, Josiah gave 30,000 lambs and kids and 3,000 calves. These things were given of the king's allowance, according as he promised to the people, to the priest, and to the Levites. So that's 30,000 lambs, man. That's a hell of a lot of damn lambs, all right? And that's not even considering and counting what all the people supposed to, they supposed to have a lamb per household. You know what I'm saying? So everybody still got to keep the law. I'm sure if somebody couldn't afford it, they definitely could eat off that. But they still had to keep the law, or go to their neighbor, to another brother's house to partake in that land, right?
It's a
And it's
lot, and
God.
that's part of the law too. If one neighbor, if his house be too small, he's supposed to join on to the other neighbor. I say if your neighbor house is small, he ain't got it like that. He can come and partake unto your Passover too, and that's the reason why King Josiah did that. He did that out of love, like 30,000 lambs. Right, that was out of love for people in Israel that didn't have it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how men of our nation supposed to be doing it. Like in the rap music in our culture, we get taught to shit on our people. People come back to the hood just to stun on the hood in the Benz. But our real culture, man, we show love, man. Yeah, I just want to put that out there.
And not only that, he regardless of that, he going all out. It's going to show you he going all out for the Most High, man. He putting in that sacrifice. And it says, and Hilkias, Zacharias, and Silas, the governors of the temple, gave to the priests for the Passover 2,600 sheep and 300 calves. That's a hell of a lot too, right there. That's a buffet if you ever seen one. All right, and it says, and Jeconias and Samias and Nathaniel, his brother, and Asibus and Okio and Joram, captains over thousands, gave to the Levites for the Passover 5,000 sheep and 700 calves. And these things were done. The priests and the Levites, having the unleavened bread, stood in very comely order according to the kindreds. So they was looking fly, man. beautiful order, man. And according to the several dignities of the fathers before the people, to offer to the Lord as it is written in the book of Moses. And thus did they in the morning. And they roasted the Passover with fire, as it appertaineth. As for the sacrifices, they sod them in brass pots and pans with good savor, and set them before all the people, and afterward they prepared for themselves and for the priest and their brethren, the sons of Aaron. For the priest offered the fat until night, and the Levites prepared for themselves, and the priest their brethren, the sons of Aaron. The holy singers also. All right, we had people singing. We had, that's what we had last year. We had the brothers and the sisters performing. We had a lot of rap, but you had people singing and brothers rapping, but it was for the Lord. It wasn't, we wasn't talking no niggerism. You know what I mean? It wasn't that video that you see that somebody chopped up and they put some crappy, crazy music to it, and they made it look like that's what the hell brothers was rapping about in the Passover. That was off as hell, man. Off as hell. I don't trust these niggas behind them keyboards, man. All right. If you wasn't there, or if you ain't see the live video, then hey, that's on you. But it wasn't what they portrayed it to be. All right. So it tells you that they had holy singers, right? The holy singers also, the sons of Asaph. All right. That was, that was a top musician, man. Were in the order according to the appointment of David, to wit, Asaph, Zacharias, and Jethahun, who was the king's retinue. Moreover, the porters were at every gate. All right, and you had the people ready there because they had to clean, man. You know what I'm saying, brothers? Is a party, man. You gotta make sure the temple, everybody clean, man. Make sure that brothers is lifting up them cups of wine and spilling it. You know what I'm saying? Make sure nobody busting it behind, man. All right. It says, moreover, the porters were at every gate. It was not lawful for any to go from his ordinary service, for their brethren the Levites prepared for them. Thus were the things that belonged to the sacrifices of the Lord accomplished in that they might hold the Passover and offer sacrifices upon the altar of the Lord, according to the commandment of King Josiah. So the children of Israel, which were present, held the Passover at that time and a feast of sweet bread 7 days, right? And such a Passover was not kept in Israel since the time of the prophet Samuel. So yeah, y'all keep reading, y'all can read more. But that's showing you they went all out, man. You know what I'm saying? And damn it, we trying to eventually surpass King Josiah's. You know what I'm saying? I know we can't. We can't afford that. Shoot, we can't have all those days off neither. You know what I mean? Some can, but some, a lot can't. But that's the bar that was set, man. That's the bar that was set. So we have big shoes to fill, Israel. Big shoes, heavy shoes to fill. So don't be cheap with the Passover, man. Nah, yeah.
God, God. Yeah, real quick. Let me just. I know I brought this up earlier. Let me just say something. Israel, don't get it twisted, right? We're not saying because you don't have, you're being wicked and all that. I think what our people is, we just don't manage money properly, right? A lot of times we think that we have to have everything, we have to keep up with the Joneses. We got to do this, we got to do that. You really don't, man. You really don't. I mean, you'd be amazed how you can live. It's just how you move your resources, right? How you deal with your own people. In some cases, you could deal with your own people where you don't need that much when it comes to dealing with Esau's kingdom and what they have to offer. right? So that's something we got to get better at, is managing our money, know where to put our money, how to move our money and our resources, and not just money, other things in our other aspects of our lives. So that's all we're teaching here, right? Whatever is important to you, you should put first. And we understand that the Most High comes first above everything, right? Because without him, we would not have no breath in our lungs, right? We have to put him first. We have to take, his feast days very serious, right? We got to take this lifestyle very serious. This is our heritage. We should take it back, man. That's us taking back what belongs to us, right? Not doing some basic feast days and calling it a feast day, right? Or just cutting all kinds of corners, man, just to justify, oh, well, at least I'm keeping it, right? So, just that's all we're saying, man. We're not trying to condemn anybody that don't have. If you truly don't have, it is what it is, right? Us as a nation, we're going to help each other. But at the same time, though, it's a balance to this thing. You have to get your acts together, right? Get your money situation together. Like the example I gave earlier, even if you got to, give ahead of time, right? This money ain't making nobody rich. All right. Nobody's driving a Benz all around, the city here, living a certain type of lifestyle like the Christian pastors. All right. It takes money to have these feast days. It takes money to do certain things. All right. So just keep that in mind, Israel. If you don't have, you don't have. It is what it is. The Most High knows it. Right. You're always still welcome to the feast day. Right. But just keep in mind, if you move with that selfish and greedy spirit, the Most High is going to take everything from you. This is why people always wonder why they don't get any type of blessing. They wonder why they're in the same situation, same rut they've been in 10 years ago. Right?
Right.
So just keep that in mind, Israel. That's all we're saying.
Yeah. Cause Salakia, man, you if y'all seen Ariala last year, man, did y'all see his shoes during the Passover? Hey Ariala, PTR your shoes, man. Let them show how crazy you went all out for the Pesach last year. Ariala.
Yeah, he probably at slavery, y'all.
Yeah. All I remember was that man's shoes. That man went all out. He had fur on him. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Ariala went all out.
God. I did want to bring up another scripture in Sirach real quick. Because we understand, again, it's balance to this thing. We understand not everybody has, because we got to hit the other side too.
Uh,
But we just don't want you moving in that. Hey, Rob, Shalom, welcome to the stage.
What's good?
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. Yeah, we're gonna hear from brothers Amath and Rob in a second, but yeah, I agree with you saying because it's about prioritizing. Like I said, this room is for people that celebrate the Passover this year, but it's also for them to be prepared for Passover next year, right? Because a lot of people, I'm over here organizing the Passover, and people ask me how to have an affordable or cheap Passover, and I'm telling them that's not according to Scripture. But go ahead, King.
Nah, you good, you good. Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. But we're just gonna go ahead and go to the queue, and I can bring out the scriptures later because I know brothers are up here. Shalom, Ariala. I know you probably had slavery. Shalom, King. Amath, Shalom, welcome to the stage. And
Shalom.
Rob. All right, Amath, what you got to add to the topic, man? What do you think, man? You got the floor.
It says a cheap Passover. And when I saw
Con,
that, I was like, wow, I know that Passover is one of the big three. You know what I'm saying? It holds a high importance to the Most High. And Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 16, he told us to, we got to appear before the Lord three times. You know what I'm saying? Let me bring a scripture out. I don't know if you probably already did, but I'll bring it out again.
Yeah, bring it out again. Yeah, Sean Paul brought it out, but bring it out again.
Book of Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 16. It says, three times in a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God in a place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty. So, like, we can't even come before the Most High, you know what I'm saying, during the Passover empty. We got to come with something in our hands. And I was hearing some of the stuff you were saying earlier, brother Ari. It takes preparation for these feast days. I know, in my experience, when we come
Salakia,
to
Salakia, read verse 17 too.
okay, con. Verse 17 also says, "Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he had given thee." So, is that
What
the
does
person
that
that's
mean?
I mean, to me, it means exactly what it says, but you want to put a priority and an importance on it because these are our feast days. And I'm just saying, for me, sharing, in my experience, and a lot of people probably experience this, when you first come to this truth and you start learning about these different commandments, laws, statutes, and these holy days, it's like a cycle where you got to get all of the American or just say Edomite holidays out of your mind, and then having your mind transformed, understand these are our holidays, and we're supposed to like brother Ari and brother Shahpar was saying, brother Chief was saying as well. We went all out when we was in the world, when we go party here or party there. Say you went all out. So it's like you gotta be festive. Be of the right mindset when it comes to preparing for these feast days, and requires some sacrifice. We know we in a time where a lot of stuff is going on in the world, and our enemies are trying to keep us down, especially financially. But the Most High has always provided for us to have a way to escape and still get things done. So we just gotta prioritize, man. And like for me, um, I said to myself, I said, you know what? I didn't quite do this past Purim the way I wanted to. I said, you know what? I'm taking off. I'm taking off these work these days. We gotta be willing to sacrifice, man. We have to be willing to tell Esau, I'm taking off these days in remembrance of your First Amendment rights. You know what I'm saying? They got that law set in place so you can practice your religion. Your religion tells you need to have all certain days, certain days. One thing I would suggest people who said when you go to any new type of job or whatever, that you tell them that you're willing to work 6 days. Give them the option so they can't say you're not flexible. You know, I give them Sunday through Friday, but I do not work on Saturdays, 7 days of the week. And preferably, ideally, if it's a first shift, that's what you want to get because then it won't go into the evening, the sunset on Friday night, right? But giving Esau the flexibility, telling you willing to work all his holidays, you know what I'm saying, volunteer, but let them know that hey, I have holidays coming up and I want to take off these days and just do it that way. So it can be rough, man, while in captivity, but we still got to keep these feast days like the Most High gave to us, and we got to prepare. You're right. You got to be in the right mindset to celebrate the feast days. And I like the chapter that Chief just read because he was talking about how the brothers went all out, for to keep the Passover, and I was excited listening to that. I was like, wow. I haven't read First Edges in a while, but I was like, yeah, that's right. They went all out for the Passover, and now I'm like, next year, man, I want to do even more than what I prepared to do this year. So it's like, every time we hear these examples, we should definitely be trying to raise the bar higher. And with that, I yield.
Con. Go ahead, Shopper.
Nah, I was just gonna let me back on him. Like, yeah, you always want to raise the bar higher and do more for the Most High God. You know what I'm saying? That's what I wanted to just say right quick. But go ahead, can you get back to the queue or you can say something?
Nah, Con. Yeah, you brothers are definitely
Sure,
right.
okay.
Hey, go ahead, King. Ariel, I see you on mute. We'll come right to you as soon as the elders down. Go ahead, Elder.
Yeah, no, I just want to bring out people don't even realize what goes on during the Passover. Do you see what's going on in Russia? You understand? This is all happening during this Passover. If you look back, COVID, all of those things start during this during the Passover. A lot of death around the Passover. This is a very, very serious situation or feast day that the Most High commands us to go all out for. Also, um, looking back when I was in the world and not understanding who I was, my trade was chefing. And this was around the time where I made great, good money, which I thought, but now I'm looking back and I was slaving during my feast day, serving these so-called Jews, these fake Jews. And when I tell you they go all out, I mean, they have it in Puerto Rico, Arizona, they have it everywhere. And they have it for that many days. And when I tell you all the food and everything we had to prepare, we work like slaves. You understand? And I know that they have it like that, but what I'm saying is, we need to put forth some of that energy into what is ours, because now that I know who I am and I was actually serving a base people and they're actually doing my holiday, my feast day, it kind of burns me. But yeah, people need to really take this more serious because of the activity. Just pay attention to what's going on in the news and everything, always around this feast day. It's not a game, and I yield.
All praises, all praise. The water for those words, Elder. Ariel, I see that you're muted. I don't know if it's just a glitch in the system or if you want to say something, but I'm gonna go to Rob. Rob, what's going on? Welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you're here to build. What you gotta add to the conversation, King? And shall Hey Rob, you
Yo,
there?
yo, Shalom Akim. Yabrak Yabashim Yahushai. What's going on with y'all, boy?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh,
Shalom. Yahweh Shem.
No praise you, Yabashim Yahushai, man. I was originally gonna ask like how the title, um, like what caused the title to be what it is, but then Shawapar said, some people were hitting him up, and you know, I think a better question would have been, how can I have an affordable Passover? Not necessarily a cheap one, like maybe that would have been more understandable. But even so with that, right? A lot of times, brothers and sisters that are in congregations and stuff like that, brothers of HOI there in here, what I'm saying, Sakari, you got IUIC, other congregations that, a lot of people come to the Passover. You know what I'm saying? Instead of holding it at their house and stuff like that. And there's gonna be, for lack of a better term, initiation fees or, what I'm saying, basically monetary contributions, because everything's already gonna be prepared, right? A lot of times I ask myself, like, okay, did everybody in this room pitch in? Did everybody in this room at least maybe give their last two mites? You know what I'm saying? And it's sad to say that I can't say so. You know what I'm saying? You got Israelites showing up to these feast days, and they're not showing up because they want to be there. They're showing up because others are there. They're showing up for all the wrong reasons. You know what I'm saying? So brothers and sisters that are holding feast days at their home, or what I'm saying, try to stay within their budget. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Like you I think a lot of people focus on the physicality of what they have rather than the spirituality of what the Most High wants to give them. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the time that's monetarily. A lot of times you'll hear a brother say, "Oh, I'm gonna be straight once I get this check," or I'm gonna be able to do this, then do this, that, and the third. I'm gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? James says, if thou go to, roughly paraphrasing, of course, thou go to buy and sell. At the end, make sure you say Lord's will. You know what I'm saying? We gotta make sure that it's the Lord's will for us to even make it to Passover, if it's for us to even wake up the next day. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully the next Passover we hold is in our land, in our kingdom. You know what I'm saying? That's our focus. Our focus is not, oh, what I'm gonna do next year here in America. Our focus is holding the next major feast day commemorating us leaving the land of the north. You know what I'm saying? Having that feast day added in the sense of what Jeremiah prophesied. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of times when these feast days, I think a lot of times these feast days are actually not taken as serious as they should be, as other brothers have already said. And then within saying that, also brothers, not giving a full effort or even doing it insincerely, and stuff like that. A lot of times these feast days are used for things that they shouldn't be used for. You know what I mean? So, well, with that, I'm gonna yield there. All praise you. How about you, man? Shine.
Hey, Salakia, I also wanted to get the blood off my hands with this class too, because when I go into the law, and I would ask your interpretation too. You know what I'm saying, how you see things. But when you go into the law, when you read Deuteronomy 16 and 16 and then verse 17, right? It describes as these holy days being mandatory for the men, which is the head of the households. The head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man. So the man is the head of the household. These days being mandatory for the men, and also you're not supposed to come empty, but give unto the Most High God according to how He has blessed you. So maybe people are not in a position right now to have an expensive Passover. Maybe only thing you could do is have an affordable one, but according to law, you should prioritize your Passover and have the ability to give unto the Most High God as He has given you. But what is your partake? What is your breakdown of Deuteronomy 16 and 16 to verse 17?
So, like, you want to read that again?
No, I got it, bro.
Go on, go ahead.
Deuteronomy 16 to 17. It says, 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before Yahweh thy God in the place which he. Salakia, 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before Yahweh thy God in the place which he shall choose, in in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles. And they shall not appear before Yahweh empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing Yahweh thy God, which he has given thee. So that's why I mentioned, I'm going to start with verse 17. That's why I mentioned the two mites. We know that Yahweh Shah said that the woman that cast in the two mites to the treasury, right, was seen as greater than even he that casted in, uh, let's say, 1,000,000, right? Why? Because she gave the last of what she had, So um, I would say, in regards to this, you know what I'm saying, you got to give as the Lord has given to thee. And, if he's only giving you a small amount, then, you got to give that. And I've also seen other elders, and specifically in the light of Zion, most people should know. If you don't, then, you should be acquainted with elders, Zaquan Kahan, the light of Zion, and then Zaquan Shalamah, right? And Chief Minister Shalamah of the light of Zion as well. You know, a lot of times people can't give, maybe in a monetary sense, but they give their time, they give their effort. They show up early to help set up. They make sure they stay late to take down, the chairs and whatnot. They make sure to, be there and setting up, be a part of the planning, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Do anything that they can help instead of just being there and being an extra body. You know what I'm saying? As far as the males, we see it specifically the Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Week, and Feast of Tabernacles. Remember, these are feasts in which we would give, Salaki for the background, these are three major feasts that we would give particular sacrifices for, right? So that's why it specifies males going to the land or the place in which Yahweh called after his name, being Jerusalem, where the temple was, right? Passover is typically made in conjunction with the Feast of Unleavened Bread, but it is a separate feast within itself. It happens a day prior to the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You know what I mean? So, with that, I'll yield there. Shalaki, I'm trying to unlock my phone to mute right quick.
All praises.
All praise.
Israel multiplying.
Bless. Yes. Israel multiplying sign. The brother got a new blessing right there. All praises.
God,
Yeah, she
God.
was just born a couple of days. Matter of fact, not a couple of days ago. She was born yesterday through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shemel Shai.
All praises,
Ah,
man. Congratulations, man. All praises. No, the princess of Zion, man.
Khan, all praise Yahweh Shemel Shai. Throw out Akim.
Con. I would say to Rob's point, right? Yes, some people cannot give money, right? They can give their time. Those are considered good works. Is what they fall into loving thy neighbor, right? That's what you're doing. You're showing love, right? Because that's something that someone else would have had to deal with or had to pay someone else to come and do that, right? So if you have any talent, right? If you're good at decorating or just, organizing things and, things of that sort, that's just as good as money, right? That's actually good works. So, yeah, if that's all you have to offer, you know, definitely that's welcomed. Nobody's shunning that. Um, you know, but if you're gonna do it, come with the right spirit, the right mind, and just give it your all and do the best that you can with it. Um, but yeah, I think for the men though, as men of our nation, yeah, we definitely gotta look at these feast days on a different level, right? We can't look at it as just another day, right? And brothers, bring it out, even if you have to plan ahead of time, because that's something you might have to do, right? It's just managing yourself properly, man. That's really all it is, being disciplined. We lack that as a nation heavily, right? Nobody taught us how to manage our money, right? How to prioritize things, but when you really apply the scriptures, that kind of helps you a lot with that too. So, but yeah, but with that, I yield.
And
Uh,
Salakia, matter of fact, if I may add to that point, silverbacking on that point of preparation, with Passover particularly, all the other feasts as well, but Passover because it's it starts our year off, right? A lot of times people find themselves scrambling at the last minute as if they did not know Passover is going to be, it may not be the same exact date, but you know it's around the same time every year. And people find themselves scrambling. For what? You knew it was coming. It wasn't a surprise. It wasn't like, oh no, I forgot. Because brothers put out calendars. People talk about it, especially like when a feast day is coming up because brothers is gonna add it to their lesson. It's gonna be brought out some way, shape, or form. You know what I'm saying? Because brothers, you know what I'm saying. That's how you know someone is meditating on the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? They talking about something and then out of nowhere, something else random in the scriptures pop up, a feast day or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the times, bro, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. People be making brothers and sisters be making excuses. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I don't have no money. You knew it was coming. You got what 12, sometimes 13 months out of the year. If a second of dark comes around, you couldn't put away $50. You couldn't pay. You couldn't put away $25. Come on, bro. I don't want to hear it. To be totally honest, that's
And Salakia,
uh,
to land back on what he was saying, that's
hey,
very
hold on, Mom, because Ariana didn't get a chance to talk yet. Ariana, you wanted to say something?
yeah, I was going to say, there's a saying, in the world, piss poor preparation promotes piss poor performance, right? That's something that brothers and sisters gotta understand. One thing that I've taken, just I've taken knowledge, I've taken wisdom from things I learned prior to the truth, and have applied them in the truth. And I'll give you a couple examples. That saying, right? I learned that saying when I was pledging, when I was online, right? 9 weeks of going through hell, right? For vainglory, right? And one of the things that we would have to recite in our what they call a script, so to speak, is piss poor preparation promotes piss poor performance. Piss poor performance promotes pain. Because if you weren't prepared and didn't have your assignments done, you didn't have such and such done, all right, you was getting fucked up, all right. So I can take that knowledge or that understanding that I've got from a different source and apply it to my life today, being in the truth. Another thing that I learned while I was online was what my assistant dean of pleasure, right? He said, pain is temporary, glory is forever, right? Now, of course, it was vainglory, but the glory that we're going to have in the kingdom, right? It it triumphs, right? In all the pain that we go through, seeking to please the Lord, all of that is menial, right? It pales in comparison to the glory that we're going to have in the kingdom if we endure unto the end. So when it comes to preparation, right, we see these things taught in the law, right? When the Most High God rained down manna, right, He rained down more than what we needed on day 6, so that we can gather how much we needed and to prepare for the Sabbath day. See, our people like to make excuses, right? Another thing that I learned while online was a saying, excuses are tools of the incompetent, used to build monuments of nothingness. Those who use them seldom excel in anything else. We cannot make excuses for keeping the commandments of God. We cannot make excuses for doing what's pleasing to the King of Terrors, right? It just should be no reason, all right, why brothers and sisters, Rob said, now trying to scrape together money. I got a red bar. Let me know if I'm in the matrix, right? There's no reason why this should be the case, right? Because again, you knew Passover was coming up. You knew Feast of Tabernacles was coming up, right? We spend, again, I said this last night, we spend money on damn Easter outfits, damn Christmas, damn birthday weekends and shit in the world for nothing. Why can't we take that same energy, if not more energy, towards keeping the feast days of the Heavenly Father, having a good time, enjoying our brothers and sisters in righteousness? Again, there's no excuse. You should be preparing for everything. We look at even Joseph. When Joseph was exalted because of his preparation, right? Pharaoh had the dream.
You started
7
breaking
years of
up,
plenty. Am I good now?
Con.
7 years of dearth, of famine. So what did he do? He stored away 20%, a fifth part of all the excess that was had in the land for those 7 years of plenty. So by the time that those 7 years of drought came, those 7 years of famine came, there was enough food to feed all of Egypt, plus the Israelites who were coming into the land in accordance with the will of the Lord to the plague that was in the land of Canaan. It's all about preparation. The Bible teaches us this. So we got to take these principles from the scriptures and apply them to our lives. With that I yield.
God, Ariel, man. I was saying earlier, we used to have 2 Christmas trees at our house, man. One wasn't good enough, man. We used to go
Damn.
all out.
Yeah, double idol.
God, straight folly, man.
Hey, Ariella, yo, PTR the shoes from last year's Passover. Show them how you went all out.
You said what now,
PTR your shoes, from last year's Passover. Let everybody see how you went all out with the shoes,
God. I got you. Hold on. I'm driving real quick. Give me a second.
Good. Show 'em, man. Even the shoes, man, you gotta be, you know what I'm saying, fresh to death from head to toe, man. Stop lowballing the feast days, man. Cats go all out for every other damn feast day. Niggas gonna spend $200-300 on fireworks for the 4th of July looking like an idiot. You know what I'm saying? $300-400 just on barbecue. You know what I'm saying? How much more you spent on weed, Negroes, in the world? You done got your half ounce, got the ounce for New Year's. Yo, we getting lit, son. It's New
Bring
Year.
that out.
It's
Yo,
Thanksgiving,
D.
shit. Good.
Yo, Chief, check this out. When I was in the world, bro, well before coming into the truth, I had a budget, right? I had a monthly budget, and one of my line items was weed and liquor. I had a designated set amount of money to buy weed and liquor in the world. Like, come on, like what? Why can't we have that same energy again towards keeping things in righteousness?
That's a great point. Yeah, when it comes to doing things in righteousness, we got all kinds of excuses, man. Then our Christian brothers and sisters, they just don't even want to do it at all. Forget trying it.
God, it's done away with. Yeah, man, I think about the wickedness. I mean, how I used to celebrate my birthdays, man. I used to go all the way out, suited and booted at the club, wherever, bottles, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, man. I celebrated hard, man, and all we say it is use the same energy for the most time, man. That's all.
Elder. We should bring up that account that Ariala brought up. I think it's in Genesis 41. I think 41 and 40 or 45. But Amaf, go ahead with your point.
Salakia.
Yeah, go ahead.
Salakia. Man, I wasn't gonna say much, bro. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, there was one year on my birthday, man. I bought it was like 12 bottles of rosé, and I drank them in the first my birthday and the next day after. I drank all them bottles to the face. I ain't give nobody a cup except the woman that I was with at the time. You know what I'm saying? I ain't give nobody a cup. You know how much money I spent?
You throw it off, man.
Moet rosé, man. Not the cheap rosé, the Moet. You know what I'm saying? I drunk that thing to the face, man. 2 cases. Yeah, man. So that's why our brothers go all out, man. The garment gotta be fly. Meat tree gotta be fly. You know what I'm saying? The boots gotta be shined up. Gotta go all out, man.
God,
Hey, we saying this, but again, all this has to be done with the right spirit and righteousness. You know what I mean? We can't be like the damn Christians where we're trying to see who can outdo each other, man.
God.
And
That's
going
important,
up in
Ari.
here.
Lucky. That's important, Ari, because a lot of people do come with that spirit. I've noticed with Passover, like women, look at my garment gonna be flyer than her. Men, nah, that's not what it's about. It ain't like the churches. Yeah, you want to look good, you want to look presentable, but it ain't about competing or being flyer than somebody else. That's a cardinal spirit. So remember that.
Con. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you, elder. You know what I'm saying? I don't try to be fly. It's just natural, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
So
Lord.
when I'm the flies making the room, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I didn't. There's no competition. It just that swag different, that brag different. You know what I'm saying? It's just that drip. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I can't turn it off. You know what I'm saying? I try to turn off the faucet and just keep dripping, man. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Pride comes before destruction, brother. I hear you,
So I just said I'm black and comely, man. What you talking about, Willis? You know what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? I'm a pretty ass rhino, man. I'm that rhino that all the rhino when they look, they see that rhino walking through the forest, man. They know what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, damn it. Some people can't. Some people don't try, man. It just comes naturally, man. You know what I mean?
Man, you took the last Passover, man, and you see how it was, man. It was royalty, man. People came, we just through the spirit of the Most High, Yahweh Shai was nice. Everybody was looking good. Everybody was looking nice, man. All praises. That was a beautiful Passover last year.
Yeah, y'all was fresh as hell. That was tough.
You in the Matrix, King. We can't hear you.
Yeah, my bad.
Nah, you good, King. Yeah, man. Definitely got to come in the right spirit.
Kanye. It's about having fun, man. I, the Lord said that the reason why we were going through these curses is because we didn't serve Him with joyfulness and gladness. You should be joyful and glad to come together, all right, and link with your brothers. Like I've been having conversations with brothers in the camp, over the past week or so. I'm like, yo, man, I can't wait to see you out. I can't wait to see the family. You know what I mean? This, that, and the third. It's just a beautiful time, and I might have to take a poll. Like, what is Israel's favorite time of the year? Like, is it Passover? After doing tabernacles, like pretty much the whole week this past year, tabernacles might be one of my favorite feast days as well. I mean, it's a close, it's
Yeah,
close between Passover and tabernacles.
I say Tabernacle is my top one.
Yeah,
Tabernacle.
ain't nothing touching tabernacles. That feel different when you do 7 days in the wilderness. You know what I'm saying? That feel different. To them brothers that, you camp in a little backyard, it's cool. But if you ain't out there in the woods with your brothers and your family, it ain't the same. So that feel is different. You know what I mean? Y'all gotta experience that.
Right. Yeah, because you definitely like relying on each other, right? And like I said, like Chief said, you out in the woods. That's definitely different, man. And you need to practice that, man. You know what I'm saying? Being out in the woods, and it's just a different feeling. But yeah, kind of all praises, man. Yeah, kind of
For
all
me,
praises. Go ahead, Amoff. Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say for me, I don't know which one I want to pick, man, because all of them are so good. Um, I think for me, I want to be able to enjoy Purim a lot better next year than I did this past year. So it's just kind of like, man, just like the brothers has been saying, being in the right spirit about these feast days. Understand we'll honor the Most High. Um, I will agree with the other brothers that tabernacles is definitely different, especially if you're not a person that's even used to being outside. That have that experience and be excited about it and being amongst your people. It's a feeling like unlike any other, and they all take preparation. And honestly, to be honest with you, I think tabernacles is more expensive than Passover, just because not just the 7 days, but it's just everything that goes into preparing to be out in the wilderness. So yeah,
Yeah,
they all
Amoff,
preparation.
real quick. I would say if it's your first time, yes, I would say it's pretty expensive. But if you've been practicing it, for the most part, you already got your gears, you got your tent, you got all the stuff already. Not unless you have to buy them all over again. But I would say the first time it's pretty pricey. But with Passover, a lot of times I would say Passover is more to me. It's because every year, for the most part, you have a new garment, and you add into the actual Passover day. So, but I can understand why you would say the Feast of Tabernacle would be more because everything that you have to do for the preparation part of it. But I think a lot of it just comes from like the items that you actually need to be out there in the woods. Would you say, Amav?
Yeah, definitely having that supply of things you need. And also replenishing. Like you might start off, the first few years, you might just have one or two lights, but then you have experience having it with a lot of people, and you want to have more lights to help out other people, or you want to have more
Time,
lights to
time.
be a brighter border around your tent. I mean, it's different thing like that. And then you might want to
Right.
have certain tools you want to use to kind of have fun when you out in the woods. Us men, if you want to do the crossbow or you want to let off a few shots or whatever you want to do. It depends. You want to go fishing, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot that you can do with pizza and unleavened bread. It's just a more variety.
Kind of, I get it. I understand. Yeah, but I would say those would be the two closest, like two to me, Passover and the you know Feast of Tabernacle. They're all important, obviously, but we just trying to pinpoint which ones the more brothers and sisters are more into.
I guess we're not gonna have the full experience till we get into our own land again. Most I wouldn't, but I was just thinking about feast dedication. Feast dedication. It's 8 days, bro, and to be happy about the temple being rebuilt. But we all doing that in the right spirit, and we all able to take off and start that, man. That's pretty heavy too. Yeah, it's when it's cold, but other than that, feast dedication can be something real nice too. I like the fact that all our holidays, when you combine all the different days, we actually have more holidays to celebrate than we do in the Esau calendar in this captivity before we came to this truth. You know what I'm saying? We have a lot more days where they're considered set apart days, and also when you know you're doing it in honor and reverence to the Most High and being amongst your people. You know what I'm saying? It just multiplies, the amount of fun and the amount of brotherly love and sisterly love, that you have amongst your people. So
Khan, all praises. Just a quick reset. This is Crown of Thorns, right? An affiliate of the House of Israel congregation. This is your kosher breakfast, all right? The title of today's room is A Cheap Passover, right? You know, what do you brothers and sisters feel about that? Right? If you have anything to add to the topic, if you disagree or agree with the bill that is at hand, or even the topic itself, raise your hand and come up to the stage, right? Even if you think that we shouldn't be keeping the Passover, right? Raise your hand, come up to the stage, and prove your cause, right? Throughout for everybody for adding to the build. All right. Follow the mods, follow everybody on stage, follow each other in the audience. All right. Like I said, if you have anything to add on, raise your hand, come up to the stage. And to for other brothers from Sakari Dagger House, right? We got other brothers from other platforms that come up here and build with us. We just want to, say to for doing that. We appreciate it. All right. So, but if you're in the audience, raise your hand and add to the build, man. Is this something we shouldn't be talking about? Right? Are we going off saying that, you should take the Lord's Passover serious? Right? Or should we not even keep it at all? Right? Because people have different perspective about this. Right? If you think anything different, just raise your hand and come up to the stage and add to the build. All right. With that, I'm going to yield back to the stage if any brother have anything else to add on. Also, if you have questions about how to keep the Passover, right, raise your hand, come up to the stage. We can help you with that also. All right. Just really, even though the title just said, a cheap Passover, if you have any question in regards to this particular feast days, raise your hand and we can help you with that. Okay. Just come up to the stage and we can answer your questions. All right. And, Thawada for listening in. Also don't forget, share the room. Click on the share button and the fourth option where it says invite people. You can invite people to the room, ping them to the room, or you could just copy the link or share the link via to your different social media platforms. All right. Do your part, Israel, and spread this gospel. All right. Over that, I yield.
Yeah, we put that link on top, man. On the Passover.
Con. I got you.
Kind.
Somebody, so like if somebody asks, um, Shalom, question: what do we do if we don't belong to a congregation? Somebody can answer that because I'm kind of eating.
I would like to respond if that's cool with y'all.
Yeah,
Kind,
go ahead, Alex. You got it.
you give your
All
take
praise.
on it.
You said what?
I said, Kind, you give your take on it. Go ahead, King.
All praise to the Most High Thawada. Um, I mean, you have a few different options if you're not a part of a congregation. considering the first Passover was held in I was gonna say in Exodus, Lord Christ, uh, in I know it's in Egypt. My bad. The first Passover being held in Egypt. Where were we all? Did we all gather together in a big place? No. We all had the law required us to do it at our homes. Why? You know what I'm saying? We had to do it. Place the blood on the lamb on the blood of the lamb on the doorpost and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So if you're not a part of the congregation, you always have the opportunity of doing it at your home, or you know what I'm saying, a congregation maybe that you've been watching frequently online or something. All these brothers have their contact information online. There's always a way to contact a congregation that you are more inclined to be a part of in one way or another. You know what I mean? So if you want to be there with a lot of people and get to know more people in the community, they hit up the congregation of your choice that the Lord is leading you to. Like for example, these brothers are literally right now in Clubhouse. You know what I'm saying? Letting you know. I think uh, he just pinned the link to the top for where they're gonna be holding Passover and all the details and stuff like that. So, you know what I mean? Get in touch with who you want to go and be with. You know what I'm saying? Go with them, and or you know what I'm saying, brothers. There's you type in Holy Day breakdown, you gonna find something. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that it's a practicing Israelite. You know what I'm saying? And it's pretty self-explanatory as far as how you're supposed to keep Passover. You know what I'm saying? If you're not a part of the congregation, then either find one or hold it at your house. It's that simple. All right. But with that, I'm gonna yield. It's lucky for the background noise, guys. Like I said, my daughter was just born yesterday, so you know what I'm saying. I put up the bassinet and stuff like that. I'm about to build this playpen, just trying to give myself something to do while she's sleeping. So my bad.
Nah, you good, King. I mean, doing the Lord's work, doing the family work. It's all good, man.
You see?
All praises. Hey, listen, just to add to Rab's point, right? Um, yes, you can obviously have the Passover at your own home, but let's remember, we got scriptures like Hebrews 10:25, right? We got scriptures like Zephaniah 2:1, right? The Most High wants us to gather together, right? It's a great way to get to know brothers and sisters in the nation too, right? So like the brother said, whatever camp resonates with you, even though this is a HOI platform, we do not force anybody to congregate with us, right? That's the last thing we do. That's the last thing we want to do, right? If a different camp resonate within your spirit, right, go congregate with them, right? As long as they teaching, that you should keep the feast days, teaching Yahweh Shai, right? Not moving to some wicked spirit and telling you can
Nah,
marry all the nations.
you better not. If you ain't in HOI, you ain't in the straight gate. You know
You're gonna be destroyed.
what I'm saying? Now I'm just joking. That's just a little folly, Israel. Just a little.
Uh, Con, yeah, we don't push that at all here at HOY, man. You know what I'm saying? Because we understand the scriptures, right? When it comes to dealing with that. But, again, whatever camp, if it's HOY, hey, come build with us. You know what I mean? Reach out to brothers. We here, if it's the Most High's will every day, right? If it's Sons of Thunder, reach out to the brothers over there. If it's Sakari, you know what I'm saying? If it's any camp that resonates with you. But just keep the feast days, man. Right? That's what we say. That's what we teaching. Right? Keep it. Don't be selfish when you're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Prepare yourself. We can see in the scriptures, right, that our forefathers and foremothers prepared themselves, to get certain things done and in order. Right? It's just all about discipline, Israel. We shouldn't really have any excuse like the brothers are bringing out. You got a whole year to plan this thing out, right? You have absolutely no excuse. Really, we can like tell brothers like, yo, you don't have an excuse, really. But we get it. Some people just don't have it. But we just, hoping and praying that you brothers and sisters will kind of get it together and start doing things in order. You know what I mean? So that way every year we have a great Passover, man. The Most High deserves that, man. Right? So that's all we bringing out. But I yield.
That last statement you made was on point. Yahweh deserves it, man. Yahweh deserves it. Yahweh deserves your obedience, man. You know what I'm saying? So that was I really appreciate that last comment that you made. All praise to Yahweh Bashim Yahushua.
All praises. Most High gets the glory. Yeah, so if you're in the audience, you have anything to add on, raise your hand, come up to the stage, all right, and add to the build. It's a great conversation, man, right? Passover is a beautiful, high holy day, man, that we need to be part of, right? It's a beautiful time to meet the nation, man. I mean, you meet people from different states, like HOY, when we have ours, and I'm sure this is applies to a lot of other camps. We got brothers and sisters from out of state. Like, we get people that you haven't even met in person, right? You might have, talked to them on Clubhouse or on the phone, right? But it's a different feeling when you like right there with them, man, right? Practicing these high holy days together, loving each other, like just the spirit, man. It's just different, right? Nobody fighting, beating each other up, like some of these damn holidays you go to, man. There's always an argument, in some of these homes, man. Right? Everybody moving in the same spirit, man. Right? But yeah, all praises. I'm gonna give from that.
Done. And if y'all if y'all coming down here in April, man, for our Passover, make sure y'all book y'all flights and leave on Tuesday or on Monday or Tuesday, cause that Sunday we're gonna do it crazy in the house. You know what I'm saying? In my backyard. And everybody can fit. You know what I'm saying? When I say everybody, I mean everybody. You know what I'm saying? So just make sure y'all link with me or somebody in the camp, so y'all can get the address. It would not be on public display, but we gonna do the big shindig at my crib that Sunday. We having it April 14th, so 15th, 16th, the 17th, Sunday, April 17th. We're gonna have the big shindig in my backyard. You know what I'm saying? Last year we was eating burgers and hot dogs on tortillas. You know what I'm saying? They came out popping. So come through, we have a lot of food. This time we ain't running out of liquor, man. I made a note of that. You know what I'm saying? I had to turn water into wine last year. You know what I'm saying? I had to find something and make a conduction.
Concoction.
Yeah,
Concoction.
concoction, you know what I'm saying, at the late night. Everybody like, damn, where the hell you got that from? I said, from the heavens, damn it. You know what I'm saying? So this time around, we ain't running out. So keep in mind, Israel, if y'all coming down, make sure y'all book. And you got to be vetted, though. You got to be vetted. Make sure somebody can vouch for you in the body, because you ain't coming up in my crib. And understand it's different out here in the South. So don't come with that folly. I got a license to shoot you on my property and get away with it. So keep that in mind, Israel. Come here, Shala.
Call me Asher. And I would be asleep in the pull up boy van. Good.
Like always.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the barbecue out. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna enjoy myself. Then I'm gonna take a nap in the pull up boy van out. Israel, man, y'all gotta celebrate these days with joyfulness and gladness of heart. That's why the Most High God said He spanked you in the first place. If we go to Deuteronomy 28, and what's that verse? 47 and 48. Someone bring that out, Mav, if you can. You could bring that out right quick, King.
Let me find that verse.
Yeah, I think it's Deuteronomy 28. I think it start at 46. No, 47.
Yeah, I think it's right at 47, but you can start at 46.
Yep. Yep. Look at Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things.
Right?
Verse 40. You want to read on 48 too, or just it?
Yeah, read all the 48 because he said,
Okay.
because you will not serve the Most High God with joyfulness and gladness of heart. Listen to the penalty. Listen to the
Uh,
penalty. You not
verse
celebrate
48.
these days
Uh,
with joyfulness of your heart. Listen to the penalty, y'all.
Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee.
I'm not sure if the brother broke up. I see him unmiked, but I don't hear his voice no more.
Let me try this again. Sometimes I don't know why that happens. Let me try it again. The book of Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 48. Can you still hear me?
Khan.
Okay, if I go out, just let me know. No, I'm just be reading. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, until he have destroyed thee.
Right? He shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he has destroyed thee. So because we won't serve the Most High God with joyfulness and gladness, like, oh man, I gotta spend, you know, money on the Passover, money on traveling, and money on a hotel. You know what I mean? All because you move it like that. Most High God, He's gonna be like, oh word. Now serve these other niggas since you don't want to serve me. Serve these base men. Serve these dirty Moabites. Serve these funky Elamites. Serve these BS Karen ass Caucasians in all the caucasity. Because you don't want to serve me with the gladness and joyfulness of your heart. Serve these heathen. Ask the heathen for what you want and need. Don't come to me. When I wanted you to come to me, you was dragging your feet, moping around, acting like I was supposed to serve you. Now, guess what? Serve your enemy, stupid. That's basically what that law says. To break it down into a language most of y'all probably understand. Like, you don't want to serve me. You want to drag your feet and mope around like I'm asking you to make a huge sacrifice. Like, you know, you're supposed to treat Yahweh better than that, man. Brothers talked about that. You're supposed to treat Yahweh way better than that. But since you don't want to treat Yahweh, I'm saying, the way he's supposed to be treated, he's going to make you ask your enemy for everything. And your enemy is going to do you dusty, basically.
Con, Con, I got a quick precept just to add on to what you got out. Amoth, if you don't mind, King, let's go to Nehemiah 9. Let's
Con,
read Nehemiah 9. I want you to read verse 32, right? Then we're going to jump down to 34 after that, with Shaw. Just to add on to what Shaw Paul brought out. Because the scripture
con,
teaches you everything, man.
The
Right?
book of Nehemiah, chapter 9, verse 32.
Uh-huh.
Now therefore our God, the great, the mighty, and the terrible God, who keepeth covenant and
Who does
mercy,
what?
who keepeth covenant and mercy.
Hold that. The Most High keeps his covenant, right? But we the ones that always fall off, right? We teach our people don't keep the feast days, you know, don't bring the firstlings of what you got, bring the worst of everything we got, right? The Most High doesn't deserve anything big. Oh, that's folly, man. Y'all trying to do too much, man. All that nonsense, wicked talk, right? Read on.
God, let not all the trouble seem little before thee.
Uh-huh.
That had, God, can you hear me?
Yeah, read on, read on.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, it says, let not all the trouble seem little before thee that had come upon us, on our kings, on our princes, and on our priests, and on our prophets, and on our fathers, and on all thy people, since the time of the kings of Assyria unto this day.
Right. Let it not be as a little trouble to you, Most High, right? Let this be something big. But jump down to verse 34. That's where the point is. 34 and 35.
Verse 34. Neither have our kings, our princes, our priests, nor our fathers kept thy law, nor hearkened unto thy commandments and thy testimonies, wherewith thou did testify against them.
Right. So this was something they were being wicked, right? Saying, "Oh, you don't have to keep the Passover, man. Right? You don't have to do certain things. You have to keep God's laws, right?" Let me tell you, when you're telling somebody that, "Oh, you don't have to prepare for the Passover. You could just wait to the last minute and just give whatever you got." That's not how that works. That's not how that works when you talk about the poor of your nation or people that just didn't have. Because you've been working year long and you have a whole year to prepare for the Passover, right? But you were being wicked and didn't think the Most High was important, right? Those Jordans you got is way more important, right? That fly jacket that you got that you want to look like somebody else to make them think that you got something is way more important, right? You not allocating your resources and your money properly, right? We understand your time could be that too. If you can give a little, if you can give more, man, that's the spirit you should be moving in, right? But read on, verse
Verse
35.
35. For they have not served thee in their kingdom,
Uh huh.
and in thy great goodness that thou gavest them,
That I what?
and like you, and thy great goodness that thou gavest them.
Right. We were blessed as a nation, right? The Most High always looked out for us, right? But we wanted to go off and do our own thing, right? We want to be cheap when it comes to dealing with the Most High. We want to give him the worst of everything we got, right? But listen to what happened. Read on.
Uh, and in the large and fat land which thou gavest before them, neither turn they from their wicked works.
Wow, you see that? Neither turn they from their wicked works. Right? The Most High was blessing us as a nation. Most High was patient with us. Right? But we did not we refused to turn away from our wicked works, man. Right? But listen to what happened after that. Verse 36.
Verse 36. Behold, we are servants this day.
We are
and
what?
For the Slakia. Behold, we are servants this day.
That's exactly what you are today. You are a servant. You're serving your damn enemies. Don't think for 1 second that you're not in captivity, man. This is hell for us. Okay? This is not the plan that the Most High had for us as a nation, man. We're a nation of king and priest, man. You understand? We got to come back to that glory through the spirit of Yahweh Shimon Shai, man. Right? And we can't do it half-stepping everything. We can't do it having a bunch of, you want to call it affordable Passover, cheap Passover, right? Whatever you want to call it, man. Right? We can't move in that spirit, Israel. We got to get the Most High everything, man. Here's the reason why you even living today. Right? Read on.
And for the land that thou gavest unto our fathers to eat the fruit thereof, and the good thereof. Behold, we are servants in it.
Right. Now we are servants. The earth was made for us, man. Everything that came out of this earth was supposed to be for us first. But the heathens are the ones enjoying it now. Right? They're enjoying the fatness of the earth. Right? Anywhere, any island that's secluded, there's some Edomites there running the damn thing. Right? But if we come back to these law, statutes, and commandments, right? We're not lukewarm when it comes to this thing. The Most High is going to look out for us, man. I believe that with all my mind, my heart, whatever you want to say, man. Right? And that's the spirit we got to move in Israel. Let's get back to what we're supposed to be doing. All right. But with that, I'm going to yield. I don't want to hold up the mic too much. I yield to the stage. If anybody else have anything to add.
So like she's doing a lot of talking this morning.
God.
What do you think about if someone say maybe their mind is not right just yet for the preparation for the Passover? What do you think about them doing the second Passover the month later to kind of revamp and do it correctly. You think that they'll be okay to do that? It's just a curious question that came to my mind. Something I thought about. I'm
Why they
not
not
talking about.
able to, yeah, but why they not able to keep the first Passover? What's the issue with that?
Oh, I don't know. It's not a real life situation. It's just a thought that came to my mind. I know it's the second Passover, so we've been saying a lot of stuff as far as preparation and everything, and then just doing people in their financial situations. Okay. Here's a real situation that could possibly happen. Maybe somebody was totally dependent on their income tax money and they hadn't gotten that yet, or whatever, or it might come too late and they don't have time to prepare for the first Passover. If they could were to participate in the second Passover, they would still be able to keep it, but they could keep it, in a much more honorable way. I was just wondering how you feel about that.
Y'all mind if I answer that?
Nah, go ahead,
Go
Bob. You
ahead.
got it.
Oh, praise. So look, brother, I'm gonna be totally honest. You not getting your income tax, not an excuse. Um, and I'm gonna go back to the physicality of it. You should not be relying on money at all. That should not be, like I said earlier, it should not be a moment where you're saying, okay, well, if I get this and this check come in, then I'm gonna be good. Because what are you then at that point relying on? Not the Most High. Because that means if that money doesn't show up in your account, who are you putting second? The Most High. Now you got to put him on the back burner because it's like, okay, well, I ain't get what I needed, so I can't do what I'm supposed to do. That's making an excuse, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you're not mentally prepared, then that's still lack of preparation. You're being lazy and you're making excuses. You had a whole year to prepare in every way, shape, and or form. You know what I'm saying? So there's limited reasons as to why somebody should have to keep the second Passover. You know what I'm saying? And I'll give an example. We got elders down here in Miami, that congregate with us, Sakari, Miami. Um, and one of the elders, he's 80, probably a little older. You know what I'm saying? So him getting in a car, traveling to Atlanta, getting in a plane, you know what I'm saying? That's not feasible. So he gonna hold back, and then when we, keep the second Passover down here, the second go round for brothers and sisters that may not have been able to make it, may have been unclean for whatever reason, except, dealing with a dead body, number 6, I believe it is, or numbers 9, excuse me. You know what I'm saying? Then bam, we hold it. You know what I'm saying? They attend that. That's feasible. But you telling me that, I'm waiting on my income tax money. Man, these white people, man. And see, that's you giving too much trust into the Edomite. You think these white folks are gonna give you your money? You relying on these white folks to give you their God? The first son of Esau, I believe, or his grandson, one of the two, was Eliphaz. In the Hebrew, that's Aliyapaz. My God is gold. You think this Christ is gonna give you his money? He's gonna hold that money as long as he possibly can, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, the second Passover was put in place, for reasonable, purposes in which you couldn't make the first. Not just because you failed as a minister of the Most High. You failed. So now you put the Most High second because you're a failure? Nah. Like, I think Shawapar was the one harping on it. That's literally why we're here in the first place. You putting you first. Ain't come on, bro. It don't work like that. We gotta. How should I say? Luke 14 records it. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, this is one of my favorite chapters. I think I read this almost every time I have class. Luke 14. I want to say 18. I'm gonna read it in the New Living Translation. Luke chapter 14. I'm gonna start at 16. In the New Living Translation, it says, Yahushua replied with this story. A man prepared a great feast and sent out many invitations. When the banquet was ready, he sent his servant to tell the guests, come, the banquet is ready. But they all began making excuses. One said, I have just bought a field and must inspect it. Please excuse me. Another said, I have just bought 5 pairs of oxen, and I want to try them out. Please excuse me. Another said, I just got married, so I can't come. The servant returned and told his master what they had said. His master was furious and said, go quickly into the streets and alleys of the town and invite the poor, the crippled, the blind, and the lame. That's why the Israelites being raised up are the gangbangers, the brothers that was looked at as straight scum of the earth, because we're the ones wholeheartedly turning to the Lord, knowing that He's all we got left. You know what I'm saying? You got other brothers and sisters just straight up making excuses. You know what I'm saying? I was praying to Yahweh that He would allow me to see the birth of my daughter. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? My wife and I were mentally prepared to say, guess what? If she doesn't come before the time I have to leave for Passover, then Yahweh's will be done. You know, a lot of people wouldn't be able to say that. They'd be willing to miss the birth. They'd be like, oh, I'll just keep second Passover. Man, you don't know what the Lord will do to that baby. You put him second. Lord might kill that child, man. You gonna take that? You gonna take that chance? Nah, I don't think so. I would hope not. You know what I'm saying? But with that, I yield.
Yeah, Rob, Yahweh over everything, man. Hey, and Amarf, man, you the king of hypotheticals, man. But you know, we love you though.
Hey, somebody might be in a situation like that for real, bro. So I just put it out there just in case. just know that I'm not talking about me. I just literally thought about that. Top of the dog,
Yeah,
put it out there.
I know, I know. Let me bring out a scripture real quick. You know, you read Matthew 6:33. He says, "But you know, seek ye, you know, first the kingdom of Yahweh, right, of God." So, I mean, you got to put the Most High first over everything. I mean, we can't have that slothful spirit, you know, making excuses like the brother Rob brought out. But I'm gonna bring up another scripture real quick. Romans 12:10. It says, "Be kindly affectionate one to another with brotherly love, in honor, we preferring one another." Right? Hey, that's for you, them heathen savers, right? We're supposed to prefer one another first. Well, let's keep going. Verse 11, not slothful in business, right? Fervent in spirit, right? Serving the Lord, right? We can't be slothful in this thing, right? And us keeping the feast day, being on time, doing things right with that, making sure that our things are in order when it comes to dealing with that, right? That's being fervent in spirit, right? Because we know what the spirit is, right? And according to Romans 7:14, right? Serving the Lord. That's how we're supposed to serve the Most High God, man. Right? Not just, you know, like I said earlier, just half-assing everything, man. Right? Making excuses. Because we all can make excuses all the time, you know? So, but all praises, I deal with that. And Sister Shanika, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. Welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the conversation. What do you got to add to the bill, sis?
Shalom.
Shalom.
I came up with a question. So this would be like my first Passover, and I have a few family members who are also in the truth. So we're all keeping it together. But would is it okay, like if we were to invite other family who we've talked to and been trying to show the truth to Passover, even if they don't necessarily believe they're Israelites at this point in time?
I would say, yeah. The reason I would say yes is because you're showing them. You know what I'm saying? You're being an example. Now you also want to warn them. You know what I'm saying? Still do your part. Warn them of the seriousness of the Passover. You know what I mean? Like, let them know that it's not a regular meal. We got to follow the ordinances dealing with Passover and make sure that they're just as serious about it. You know what I'm saying? Because you still want to give them the opportunity of repentance. You know what I'm saying? The Lord could see that and have mercy on them for them, you know what I'm saying, putting forth the effort. You see what I'm saying? So that would be my response there.
Yeah, Khan, I would definitely agree with that too, right? As long as they come in order, all right? We read 1 Corinthians 14:40, let all things be done decently and in order. As long as they follow, like Rob just said, the ordinances that has to do with that, they stay in order with that. Yes, I would definitely welcome them. Because again, that's you being a light to them, right? Like you actually living the life. Because some family, I'll be honest with you, man. Some family members, they'll come with that folly. Some of them just want to come and just really laugh at you and just see what you're doing. And as long as they come in again with the right spirit, they're being sincere about it. They just want to learn or see how everything is done. Yeah, that could be a great way to really bring them into the truth, right? But like the brother said, the Most High can have mercy on them and maybe bring them into it. So, but yes, sis, hopefully that answers your
A
question.
lot.
Go ahead, Sean.
I would say, sister, really use discretion though, because you don't want to bring nobody like the brother say, gonna make mockery of you in the Lord's feast day. In the middle of the Seder meal, he gonna want to light a spliff. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to disrespect the Most High God too. You know what I'm saying? So it has to be a balance with that. I would say you would do with your family, but also let them know the seriousness about it. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to disrespect the Most High God too.
That's what I was thinking. Like, make sure you give that disclaimer that this isn't a day to challenge doctrine or anything like that.
Hey, sis, do you know them to be that way? Whoever you're inviting, do you know them that usually they just want to argue or go back and forth, or you know it in your.
I mean, I have a few family members who like to have discussions. I think though, if you were to explain, if I was to explain like, hey, this is not the day for it, I think they'll respect it.
Okay, Khan, all praises. Yeah, just use wisdom. That's all. Because that's a high holy day, and yeah, we can't. There can't be any kind of folly when it comes to that. We take that very serious.
Con. Um, and second question, like I was saying, this is our first Passover that we're keeping. Is there any advice or anything you can give us as far as like what we should do? Like, I mean, I know what should be on the table, but like, is there any special prayers we should do? Is there just anything that we should do that night?
Well, sister, I'm gonna give you some homework, right? I'm gonna give you read Exodus chapter 12 and Matthew chapter 26, and then come back to class tomorrow when we break down the Passover. And that homework is for everybody else, right? Because we're not gonna keep this room open super long because we preparing for our Passover, and I know other brothers preparing for their Passover, and also we also got a trip this weekend to New Orleans. You know what I'm saying, to help a family understand the Passover out there too. So yeah, my homework for everybody listening right now, not just hearing, but listening and hearken unto the words I'm saying right now. Read Exodus chapter 12 and Matthew chapter 26.
Thank you. The water.
Yeah, Shaw Park. Tomorrow we're doing the full breakdown on Passover, right? Yeah, I think he said that. So, Sister Shanika, just be in the room tomorrow if you can make it, okay? Because we're gonna go through the whole thing and do the full breakdown on it and how to keep it, okay?
I'll be here.
Khan, most high willing, will be here too. Khan, as you guys heard, we're not gonna keep this room too long. So if you have anything to add to the topic, any questions you may have, please raise your hand and come up to the stage, and we'll be more than happy to answer your question. If you want to talk about the topic, you can come up. If you have a difference in understanding on the Passover or how to keep it, come up and add to the build. All right?
Hey, Salaki, can somebody grab Sirach 15:15 for me, Baba Kusha?
Khan, I got you. Let me see. Let me get it. Sirach 15:15.
Chapter 15, so 1:5, verse 1:5.
Okay, Khan.
Yes, sir.
All right. So it says Sirach chapter Slack here. Damn, that thing just froze up on me. I got you. Sirach chapter 15 and verse 15. If thou wilt to keep the commandments
So
and to
hold on, Salaki. If thou wilt to keep the commandments, so we all chose for lack of a better term, or we are all, doing our best to keep the commandments. Go ahead.
and to perform acceptable faithfulness.
Hold on. So it says, if thou wilt to keep the commandments and to perform acceptable faithfulness. This is letting you know. This is what acceptable faithfulness is. Paul in the epistle to the Romans, right, says that we got to present our bodies acceptable unto Yahweh, right? So that means we have to have acceptable faithfulness. If you're making excuses about keeping a high holy day, you know what I'm saying, your faithfulness is not acceptable, not even close, right? You're putting the Most High second. You're not demonstrating that you really believe in Him, and furthermore, we see that Yahweh Shai is what, the representation of the Passover lamb. So now what are you doing? Treading on the foot of the blood of Hamashiach Yahweh. Treading on the blood of Hamashiach Yahweh Shai. Right? So if we're going to keep these commandments, man, it's to perform our acceptable faithfulness and to show the Most High, you know what I'm saying, our true love for Him and to serve Him. That's why earlier when it's Ari, right? Or Ari?
No, it's Ari, you got it, then.
Ari. So when the brother Ari said, Yahweh deserves it, man. I mean, shoot, you can't say anything better than that. Yahweh deserves it, man. So we gotta stop making excuses. And everybody sees what's going on over there in the East Coast, between Russia, etc. We know Russia through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashim Yahushai, is prophesied to be the destruction of Mystery Babylon, pursuant to I want to say Jeremiah 51 and 27 or Jeremiah 51 and 2. You see what I'm saying? And Gog and Magog being a major player in the ending of Esau's kingdom. So, you know what I'm saying? This is definitely the time to tighten up. If you thought you still had a couple of days to, get right with God and I'll smoke my last blunt today, or, I'm just going to keep Easter this year and I'll keep Passover next year. This is not the time for the games. This is not the time for the games. Sirach 5 and 7 says, tarry not to turn unto Yahweh, man. All right, because He's going to destroy you in the when you feel the safest. All right, so all praise Yahweh Hashem El Shai. That was the last of what I wanted to add there.
I was just through the spirit. I was like, yo, Sirach 5, man. That Sirach 5 hit hard.
That's right. All
Listen,
praises.
you can't wait. I think it was David said, I made haste to keep your command. Paraphrasing. So we can't play games, man. We can't be hot. You can't be lukewarm. You can't be pussyfooting around. Whether you want to serve the Lord, you gotta choose you this day. Choose life or death, man.
Right. Habakkuk 2 and 3, right? A lot of our people just think that this kingdom is going to keep going forever, man. Right? But, yeah, all praises, man. All praises. Yeah, that's Iraq 5. Yeah, that's it. 5 and 7, right? I think it was. Yeah, can be tearing to turn to the Most High, man. But all praises, Akim. The water for adding into the build. Again, if you have any other questions, if you're in the audience, you have any questions, raise your hand, come up to the stage, and add to the build. All right. This is your kosher breakfast. All right. The title of the room today is A Cheap Passover. All right. So again, we opening up the floor for brothers and sisters that some that might think we shouldn't even have to keep a Passover, or some might say that we overdoing this, we're being overly righteous, that we should not push anybody having to do anything for the Passover, whether it's time, money, whatever it is, right? Again, if you have a different view on it, on the conversation, please raise your hand, come up to the stage. Just come in order, and you can definitely add to the build. All right. Sister Ahava, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the build. What do you got to add on? Oh, sister just got on the phone.
Shalom,
Oh,
King. How
go
you
ahead.
doing?
Shalom, sis.
I'm just joining in the room kind of late, and I
Yeah, looks like the sister just got a phone call. All right, so we're just gonna wait for her to come back. But yeah. So like I said, man, if you guys have anything to add,
yeah, the
oh,
email.
Salakia sis, yeah, you broke up for a while, I think, because you got a call.
Yeah,
Could
yeah,
you
yeah.
start over?
Yeah, I need to start over with the email. Oh, I'm sorry. The question was, I just logged on into the room, and I was hoping you could give me the email to HOI to reserve to attend the Passover this year,
Con. It's on the video, but I can say it out here.
please.
You can contact us at House of Israel NYC at gmail.com. House of Israel NYC at gmail.com. All right. Or because Georgia is the hosting state this year, you can also reach us at House of Israel, right? Atlanta at gmail.com. All right. House of Israel Atlanta at gmail.com. You can reach us at either one of those emails, and just RS, and we can kind of tell you the steps that need to be taken to have the Passover with us.
Okay, Tawada, I yield the mic. I'm going to drop back down.
Yandabal. And like we said, what we teach in here is just for you to keep the Passover, right? If a particular camp resonates with you, reach out to that camp, right? Find out when their Passover is, right? And reach out to the brothers out there, right? So they can set you up and get you going, so you can keep it. All right. Yes, you can keep it at your own home, but it's just a different feeling when you're in person with your people, right? To me, that's part of you showing love, gathering with your nation, and actually keeping these feast days together, right? Hey, yo, Ariella, man, what are you doing, man, with that PTR? You going off, man.
Salakia,
Ariella,
since it's
no, go
quiet,
ahead. I'm off. Go ahead, King.
okay, now I was just gonna say, since it's quiet, uh, what if someone says we don't have to keep the Passover because Christ is our Passover, and not only that, they'll say we're supposed to keep it in our own land. Can you address that?
I'll address that because that is the ultimate crystallite rhetoric that we don't got to keep it in our own land, right? I would tell them to read Exodus chapter 12 and realize the first ever Passover was not in our own land.
That was one of the dumbest
Ah,
arguments, man.
And then after that, the next 40 Passovers wasn't in our own land, so there's no excuse for that, right? And then I'll tell them to read the book of Tobit and go to chapter 2 and see that he did one of the high holy days, the Pentecost. He did the Pentecost in another land. So no matter where you are, you're still supposed to rehearse the righteous acts.
but what if that person believed that Christ is the Passover?
And I'll say, yeah, Christ always been the Passover, right? He was the death angel, right?
God,
Sacrifice, and he always been the Passover. He'll always be. So that's no excuse not to keep the Passover now either.
God.
I gotta find that the Apocrypha when it says the Holy One came off his throne and smote the Egyptians because Christ
Wisdom
was.
of Solomon, uh, 18, I believe. And it's
Yep.
amazing how the spirit works because when I first read that, I was beginning to think. that death angel resembled a characteristic or one of the as powers that Yahushua has, and then I didn't know before I read that it's actually in the scriptures. Let me see. Yep, Wisdom Psalm 18. I mean, really the whole chapter, but you want to get straight to it. Verse 15.
Yeah, let's get straight to it, y'all. We're gonna bring it out tomorrow, but let's get straight to
Okay.
that.
God. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18, verse 15. Thine almighty word leaped down from heaven out of thy royal throne as a fierce man of war into the midst of a land of destruction, and brought thine unfeigned commandment as a sharp sword, and standing up filled all things with death, and it touched the heaven, but it stood upon the earth.
Hey, I always say Yahushua is the Most High's number one hit man.
Daggone right, bro.
Right? It's a Yahweh shot to hit him, right?
The number one hit man. Don't mess with Yahushua. And these fools talk about, oh, love. It's hugs and kisses. Yo, Yahushua is coming to kill the wicked, man. He's not coming back to hug nobody.
Which one of these Christians gonna go try to hug Yahweh shot, man? My face gonna be to the dirt eye until he tells me to get up.
Yahushua is not no joke, man. All praises. But we know he gets all his power from the Most High God. Hey,
Con.
but for your first question, you read Baruch 2:30, right? Second Chronicles 7:14, right? So do you not the people don't think that the Most High was going to put us in captivity, right? So because we went to captivity, now we don't keep no feast days. It's madness, man. There's so many scriptures that just deals with that. But all praises. This is why you got to pray for wisdom and understanding when it comes to the scriptures. But you're dealing with people that don't keep any law. So how is wisdom going to dwell in them, right? Absolutely not, man. So it doesn't surprise me when they lack the understanding that comes out of the scriptures, right? When the secret things within the scriptures is not revealed to them, you know. But all praises, man, to the Most High. He gets the glory. Sister Tia, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the conversation. What you got to add to the bill, sis? And shalom.
Shalom, everybody. I just had a question because based off of everything that everybody was saying, I think I've been doing something wrong with Passover, which is fasting. I think when I was researching it, when I first came into the truth, it said something about fasting. Is that wrong, or are we supposed to be fasting during that week? Or
It's a feast. It's a Passover is a feast, so you don't fast from a feast.
no? I'm
Um,
talking.
talking about what?
Well, I think what I read was it was like that the week before the feast, like so I guess that like that Saturday up until that the next Saturday, and that's when you eat or something.
You talking about? You talking about? Are you talking about the sheaf offering?
I'm sorry,
That's
can you repeat that?
the only thing I could think of that what you're talking about is the sheep offering. It says not to eat specific things, but that particular practice is done at the temple. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't even have what we really need to practice the sheep offering. You know what I'm saying? And it's not as far as the Passover goes. No, you don't fast on the Passover. You don't fast on the Feast of Unleavened Bread because you gotta eat unleavened bread. Now, not every feast are you supposed to eat something, but you know what I'm saying? Because it's the word feast really just is a point of time. However, for the Feast of Unleavened Bread and the Feast of Passover, you must eat something. So, which,
Well,
because
there's two different words that are translated in the Hebrew that are translated as feast in English. You have
yeah,
mawa'id, which is an appointed time, and then you have the word chag, right?
right,
Well,
exactly.
Passover is a chag. Unleavened bread is a chag. So you eat, right? Day of Atonement is not a chag, right? It's an appointed time. That's when you're supposed to fast. That's when you're required to fast. But you don't have to fast prior to Passover. That's not in the law, right? Can you? Yeah, you can.
Salakia. Shalaki, I think she's talking about not eating leaven or yeast. That got to be what she's talking about. But I think she has a misunderstanding on that.
Yeah, you're supposed to get all the leavening agents out of your house. So yeast extract, baking soda, things of that nature. You get that baking powder, cream of tartar, all that stuff. You get that out of your house prior to, let's say, for instance, I'm leaving to go to Passover, go down to Atlanta on Thursday, right? So what I did yesterday, right? I gathered all the stuff that I knew has leavening, like just as a first run. I got it all compiled. It's in an area in my house, and then soon as I'm getting ready to leave, all right, before Passover, because by the time I get back, it will be unleavened bread. It needs to be out of my house. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that and put it in the trunk of my car, right? It won't be in my house. You're supposed to get all the leavening out of your house for the feast of unleavened bread. However, when it comes to fasting, you're not required to fast prior to Passover. You fast from anything or not fast. You abstain from anything that is made with leavening during the feast of unleavened bread. Does that make sense, sister?
Yes, it makes sense. The water, y'all.
I don't praise to the Most High. Oh yeah, and just Israel. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the leavening out your house, there's a spiritual application to it, but just on the physical letter of the law, right? You again, we talked about preparation before. Just put on our thinking caps. If you are traveling away from your house to keep the Passover, right? Let's say you're going to Atlanta. Let's say you're going to Georgia. Let's say you're going to New York. You're going somewhere, right? And you're not going to be at your house. You want to prepare and get all of the leavening out your house before Passover, right? Before you leave for Passover. Preparation is key. Again, you want to look for yeast extract, sodium bicarbonate, baking soda, baking powder, breadcrumbs, right? Things, bread. Just if there's any bread, like you got, let's say you got regular breadcrumbs, right, in your pantry, you got to get rid of it. Your cereal, right? You got to check these things to make sure that there's no leavening in these items. Some cereals may not have leavening, right? But read your labels. You should be reading your labels anyway, right? So if you just get in the practice of doing that, right, you won't be caught by surprise when it's time for Passover / Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Let me say this real quick because I did this last year. So, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully, I can save people from making the same mistake I made. Because I was unfamiliar with, you know what I'm saying, the proper preparation of a Feast of Unleavened Bread, I was being more safe than sorry. I was throwing away hot sauce because it had, you know what I'm saying, some form of leavening in it. You know what I'm saying? So if it's like a liquid like soda got baking soda in it, but it's not being leavened. See what I'm saying? So it's not a problem. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to say that for anybody that, is unfamiliar, just because you see a particular agent on there, you know what I'm saying, doesn't necessarily mean that product is leavened. But
Salakia, so to clarify, you're saying not all leavening agents is leaven itself. Is that right?
it doesn't necessarily leaven the product. For example, corn taco shells. You know what I'm saying? They put flour on it, but is corn taco shells the hard taco shells, are they leavened? No. You know
No.
what I'm saying? So you can eat that.
So leaven is anything that can rise.
Hold on. Corn tortillas or corn taco shells, flour in general is not a leaven. Is not leaven because again, you use flour to make bread, to make unleavened bread. Leavening is yeast, right? Or
Or baking
say for
soda and
instance,
stuff like you said.
baking soda. Yeah, right. So I'll give you an example, right? I remember one day I just decided, you know what? I got a little sweet kick. You know what I mean? I don't feel like going to the store. I got flour. All right. I got sugar. I got chocolate. I got cocoa powder. I'm gonna make me a cake. Right? Cool. Right? So Or I was gonna make like some type of like a chocolate bread, right? So I used some yeast that I had in my fridge. The yeast was dead, right? The yeast was dead, so it didn't rise. So I was like, damn, this joint's jacked up. What I did was I left it out. I just left it out. I had it covered on the countertop. I came back the next morning and it was properly leavened, right? Why? Because there's natural yeast in the air, right? That will feed on sugar molecules that's found in your wheat, that's found in whatever flour you got, and when it releases gas, that causes it to leaven or to rise. It gives it that lift, right? Baking soda and vinegar act similarly, so when they come together, they give lift. They will bubble up. So you want to get those type of agents, baker's yeast. All right, you want to get rid of uh, baking soda, baking powder, things of that nature. You want to get rid of those things, right, from your house because they are forms of leavening, right? You get rid of that out of your house. But flour itself, just for the record, is not leavening. You would not be able to make unleavened bread without flour, without corn masa, right? If you
Hey,
can look it up.
Salakia, the flour you got to stay away from is the one that says with yeast. That's
Yeah,
it.
or self-rising flour.
No,
Yes,
self
kind.
rising. Yeah, it says rising or it says with yeast. Just look out for that. Like Ariala
Con,
said, read.
Hey,
con.
what does the scripture say? Blessed are those that read, right?
Uh, it's Revelation 1 and 3, I think.
God. Yeah, we do got to stop reading, man. Stop being lazy, Israel, right? Because a lot of stuff you think don't have certain things in it, right, has it in it. Now, we're not, no, because a lot of brothers, oh, you're trying to be overly righteous. Nah, man. It's all about order and discipline. And that's something we lack. And we got to get that. We got to bring that back, man. We really do. We got to, get back in order. And not just in just this topic in general, but in other aspects of our lives, right? When it comes to the scriptures. But all praises to God for those wisdom, brothers. Brother Joshua, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the build, what do you got to add to it? And Shalom, King.
Hey, Shalom, family. Y'all about Shem, y'all Shabrakatah. I don't know if I can be heard.
Is it me or he sounds very low?
You really,
Yeah,
we can't hear you, We can't hear you, bro, Joshua.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you a little bit, but you might have to do whatever
I'm gonna
else,
go out.
whatever you're doing
I'm
right
gonna
now,
go out and
do it
come
on
back
your phone.
in.
Take off your earpieces.
Told me red-handed. Let me swap out.
Yeah, your volume is very, very low, brother.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better. That's better. We hear you now.
There we go. Shalom, Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shabrakatah to the panel. Hey, to the topic, I did want to ask about the title. I'm trying to figure it out. Is it that somebody is saying that Passover is cheap, or are you saying that we should keep it cheap, or what is the title saying?
I'll explain the title. Hosting the Passover, I'm getting a lot of inquiries about it, and you know, people been hitting me up and asking, how do I have a cheap Passover? And I'm just making this room to let brothers know by law, according to Deuteronomy, a Passover shouldn't be cheap, but you actually should give unto the Most High God. You know what I'm saying? You're required to give unto the Most High God, and you should give as much as you've been blessed with.
Because I was trying to figure it out. I was like, how do you make a Passover cheap? That's what I was trying to figure out. But I wanted to address something I think Brother Ahmad brought out that Christians bring out. I think it's at 1 Corinthians 5. Let me see. 1 Corinthians 5 and 7, where it says, purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened. But even Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us. Now, I think that's where they go when they say that Christ is our Passover. But whenever you read the next verse, if they saying that they don't have to keep the Passover because Christ is our Passover, then they cut in that next verse where it reads, "Therefore let us keep the feast," like at the beginning of that verse. So they'll be cut at that point, brother Ahmad. I don't know if that came out or not. I've been up here at work.
No, but all praises. That's a deep cut. And the Wabi
Uh,
sharing it with the room. Shalom.
other than that, I guess that's all I really wanted to throw in there. I don't know how you can I don't know if it's even possible to. I know a lamb in itself. If you buy even a little piece of lamb, that ain't cheap. So I don't know how you make a cheap Passover.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lamb itself is an expensive meat. You know what I'm saying? Like they make pork and shrimp real inexpensive in these grocery stores now, but lamb is expensive out.
Yeah, that lamb, man. Sometimes my rib she'll make lamb for dinner, and man, when I see the price on it, I'm like, I make a decent wage, but man, I'm kind of cheap. So I'm like, damn, they charging that for that damn lamb, man, that little bitty ass piece.
Right. The best way to buy lamb is buy a whole, right? And in my house, I don't eat it every day. I kind of spread it out, obviously. Yeah, because it is very expensive right now. It's like almost $200 for a small sized lamb, really, right? A little over that in some cases. So yeah, lamb ain't cheap, man. So you can't even have a cheap Passover, even if you try.
Yeah,
Unless you want to get around things. But go ahead, kid.
yeah. I was gonna say like you got to get a venue, unless you're gonna do it at somebody's house. You gotta get the venue. You gotta get wine. You gotta buy the stuff that you gotta make, and then everybody's gonna, put on some nice garments. I would assume so. It's like you can't make that thing cheap,
Well,
and
that's
I guess
that's
the
the point, though. I think what the point of the room is, you're gonna have brothers that are gonna court corners, basically, right? They're gonna find ways to skip certain things or not doing it as they're supposed to according to the scriptures, right? Like half stepping things, basically, right? So that's what the topic is talking about, because you're gonna get people in our nation that will say that, right? You don't have to do it in certain order. You don't have to get a garment. You don't have to, they'll say all that. You know what I mean? To justify them not keeping it the way it should. That's the point of the rule.
Hey, that's ridiculous, man. You should. It's like on at least that feast, any feast day, I believe. You should want to look good. You get with your people. We're a royal people. So it's like you should want to look good. You should want to pull up at the Passover looking like unless you going through like something financially. I don't think you should be wanting to pull up looking like just made it out the homeless shelter.
Yeah, but the point is, right? We all struggle. We all got our difficulties. The point of this room too is to really address the fact that we need to start being disciplined, right? Preparing for things, right? Because you got a whole year to prepare for the Passover, right? You really don't have an excuse. I'll be honest with you. Not unless you just like straight up living under a cave somewhere and don't do nothing, right? But we all providing for our families, right? As an Israelite man, right? We all working at some level. Yeah, we might not make as much money as the next brother, but we making something, right? And we just saying that just apply wisdom when it comes to that. Prepare for those days, right? Um, we can't all wait till we actually have these feast days in the kingdom. But guess what? While we're here, we have to keep practicing this acts, man, right? And we got to put the Most High God first over everything. That's the spirit. I just feel like brothers and sisters got to start moving in. We really got to get out of this whole nigga mentality, because some of us come in the truth and we still have that same ways of doing things, man. Right? We still have that slothful spirit heavy, right? That nigga time and all this nonsense that we are part of in the world. So the point of this room is just us really stepping up our game when it comes to dealing with the Most High God. Of course, we know This is not a fashion statement. It's not about how I can outdo this person and that person. We know that's not what this is about. All right, we're talking to brothers and sisters that are moving in the right spirit, right?
Hey, Salakia, I like I said, this room is to just put people on and show them a new perspective by law and also common sense. But when you go to Romans 12:1, Joshua, you listening, King?
God,
Right? Romans 12:1, roughly just paraphrasing
I
because
can
I
pull it if you want.
yeah, you pull it right quick.
This is the book of Romans, chapter 12 and verse 1. I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that ye present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service.
Right. So and to the points that brothers was making, Rob, Ari, Ariala, Elder Taraj, Chief Ephraim, like you're supposed to present your body as a living sacrifice. Like, what do you sacrifice for the Most High God, really? Like, He sacrificed His Son for you. When His Son returns, they're gonna sacrifice the earth for you. Like, all these other nations are gonna destroy each other. They're gonna get destroyed by Yahushua and the angelic army. They're going into slavery. Yahweh's doing all that for you. All that's for you. That's His sacrifice for you. What are you sacrificing for Him? Like, seriously, you can't sacrifice $600, $800 for the Most High God. You serious? Most of you niggas is walking around with some Yeezys more than that, or a pair of jeans that's more than that, or your Xbox. When you add up the console, the controllers and the games and the headset, that shit costs more than that. Y'all niggas watch TVs that's more than that.
And if I might add, it's a lot of brothers and sisters that got a Starbucks addiction. Put that thing down, and I guarantee you can afford every piece of the Passover.
Khan and Salakia, not to mention that Starbucks symbol is that goddess Ishtar mentioned in the Bible. So that's pagan anyway. That's why I personally don't patronize Starbucks.
And
I do my
Starbucks
own
coffee
thing.
is trash.
Hey,
Yeah,
Shalom.
Shalom. Yeah, I'm sipping on some. I'm sipping on some finely sourced. All right, Rwandan coffee right now. All right, that I
Khan.
sourced myself, roasted myself, grinded myself, and
Rwandan.
brewed. All right, way better than anything you get from goddamn Starbucks.
Yeah, Ariala got his coffee from Hotel Rwanda. This man
That's
going
what I
crazy.
was
This,
thinking of.
let me tell you something. Listen, Ham got the best coffee. Ham
Don't
got the best coffee.
disrespect. Nah, you disrespecting right now.
Bro, I'm talking about in terms of like getting fresh green roasted beans. All right, they have the best. I got some coffee from Haiti. I ain't gonna lie, man. Levi, I was disappointed. It was trash. It was absolute garbage. I've gotten stuff from Honduras. I've gotten stuff from what else I
Honduras is
got?
pretty good.
Honduras is good. Honduras got good coffee. But let me tell you something, man. Levi, I was so disappointed. It was garbage.
The best I had, it was Peru, bro.
Peru got good coffee too, but Honduras is
Yeah,
better.
that shit was crack. Nah, well, then again, it depends who made it. Then it might have been, but the best I've had made was from Peru, bro. That shit was crazy.
I don't even like coffee like that, but Cuba got some good coffee.
Now, peep this, right? There's so much complexity that goes into making coffee. Like going from like the way that they process the beans, how they wash it. Um, like some processes leaves a little bit of film on the bean where you have the fruit because essentially a coffee bean is a cherry. It's a cherry. It's the seed of this fruit, and then the fruit, depending on how they get the fruit off, sometimes they'll pulverize it and get the fruit off, and then or sometimes they'll let it just the fruit kind of like decay over time, and you just have the seed. So that plays a part into it, and then how you roast it, how dark or how light. right? If you have a lighter roast, it'll be more floral, more fruity flavored. Medium roast a little bit better. When you get to the dark roast, that's when it's going to get real, you know,
Hey, so
real
like your brother
floral.
Ariella.
What happened?
Hey, I was gonna ask, brother. I was trying to see if when you got that Rwandan coffee, if they hooked you up with that wave kit too, because it looked like you cheating over there, man. When you had that picture up,
There's no kit. I mean, no kit. Just you know, just brushwork. But
my brother got the Rwandan wave kit. That's what I'm talking about.
yeah, cloud.
But I
Nah, but
mean, even Starbucks get a lot of its things from over there in Africa. They products to make coffee. A
mhm.
lot of it comes from Africa, so
That's why
do
it's
make
probably
sense. They
going there.
probably would have good coffee.
Because here's the thing: coffee originated in a place called Kaffa in Ethiopia. That's where it originated. That's where
And
the word coffee
so
comes from.
the Ishtar.
Huh? God,
I
God,
said
God,
Ishtar originated in Africa too, all right?
God, God. So, that coffee. You know what I mean? Like if you got coffee in the New World, is because they brought those beans over and planted them in those different places, and like the soil contents, or like you can take an apple tree, take an apple seed, and plant it in China. You can plant it in Ethiopia. You can plant it in
Hey, you
America,
know that was
right?
a Native American prophecy too, bro.
What?
Coffee coming over here.
Interesting.
They said, yeah, I got a book on native prophecies. They said, uh, pale skinned turtles are gonna come, right? They said just like that, pale skinned turtles are gonna come, and we were gonna be covered in a web, and they were gonna make us drink black water.
Wow, that's interesting. That's real interesting. But that's funny, man. Listen. There's a lot of prophets in the here in the Americas, of the Northern Kingdom. But when it
Well,
comes
you
to any
had
type of
some, it's like you had another one in it's in a book. I know this one off the top of the head. It's in the book called Yucatan Before and After the Conquest, and they said the same thing. If y'all keep like literally, they said this dude was teaching in the streets, getting rebuked, and niggas was trying to jump him. He said, "Yo, if y'all keep," and he had a whole priesthood and all that. He said, "If y'all keep teaching all this nonsense, if y'all keep following after these idols and worshiping these false gods." These people are gonna come from across the sea and they're gonna make you worship wood. That's the cross, man.
time. But yeah, when it comes to like any type of plant, it's the mineral contents in the soil is going to change how that plant's going to taste. How the fruit of that plant's going to taste. So I don't know. It's something about that soil in Africa. It just makes for good coffee, man. It's I've tried coffee from Asia. I've tried coffee from the Americas. I've tried coffee from all around the world, and I have yet to find coffee that tastes better than something I can get from Africa. You know, Kush region, Rwanda. Close to the. I would assume that coffee grown in the land of Israel, right? Once we get there,
Probably
would
go
be
crazy.
would be fire. You know what I mean? But damn Amalek over there, and it's a damn desert. So good luck finding some fine coffee from the land of Israel today. But yeah, stop drinking Starbucks. All right, stop spending $5 on a hazelnut macchiato. All right, or your frappuccino. Right, because actually when you go, some of those frappuccinos actually have some type of bug extract. Right, there's all types of ingredients in these Starbucks drinks that are unlawful that you don't even know. So stop drinking Starbucks. Take that from a former Starbucks barista. It's trash coffee.
Hey yo, so quick question, right? And it is trash. But quick question. Did somebody really say uh they want to cheat Passover, bro?
That a few people said that. I
Wow. I would have said, you know what, just stay home. That's crazy, man. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Hey, I want to understand the science behind how you even get that to happen. Do you just get like one little piece of land? Y'all split one tiny portion of bread. Like that stuff is expensive, man. Even a piece of lamb is expensive. I don't understand how you could even make that happen.
Yeah, yeah.
If a nigga want to be cheap, he gonna make it happen. Trust me, he gonna find a way to make it happen.
That's a fact.
Hey, it's gonna be
Now,
like on Martin, when they had they were in that little cabin or whatever, and they had the little Snicker bar. They trying to figure out who's gonna eat that thing, how they gonna divvy it up.
and then you can get goat. You can eat goat for Passover too. You can take a lamb from the kid of the goats or from the sheep, because the word lamb in the Hebrew just means a young, young flock. Of either sheep or goat. Now, goat is a little cheaper than lamb, but you can be hard pressed to find a whole goat, or to find goat that's not already frozen. You know what I mean, chopped up into pieces. It's hard to find because it's not common. You know what I mean. So your best bet is going with the lamb because you can find that whole. But again, it's going to be expensive, man. I remember I had made these lamb ribs. Um, I had bought this just from Whole Foods. It was like $19 a pound. Shit was expensive as hell. And then I found a locally sourced butcher here in Philly, and they was selling it for like maybe like nine, like eight, nine, $10 a pound. This is a couple years ago, but now, of course, everything going up. You know, you ain't gonna find that, but it also depends on the cuts you get in, things of that nature. And like I said, it's gonna be hard for you to find a whole lamb, especially in a city. You know what I mean? In New York, Philly, all right, Boston, LA, it's gonna be hard for you to find a whole lamb. It's hard to come by.
Hey, Salakia. You know, one brother was like telling me that Jacob's trouble is on its way, so he don't want to waste a lot of money doing the Passover.
He gonna be in a whole lot of trouble when this shit pop off if we do that shit.
Yeah, so is he also so Jacob's struggle is on the way and he don't want to spend a lot of money. Is he also going to start buying like beef and chicken and start buying pork because it's cheaper?
Right. Let me say this, right? One thing our people don't understand is the Most High with his never ending wisdom, right? Told us to gather for a reason, right? So if you have that mentality of, I'm going to just stay to myself, I don't need nobody, right? Who are you going to call on, right? To do things with in the time of trouble. You talking about Jacob's trouble, just to add on to what Shaw Paul brought up. But you're not congregating with nobody. You're not reaching out to brothers and sisters, right? You're going to be by yourself and you're going to die and destroy by yourself. The scripture says, woe unto him that be alone, right? So that spirit, man, gotta get out of Israel. That whole, well, I don't need to do this because of this and that. The Most High wants us to gather so we can start preparing ourselves, right? The Feast of Tabernacle, we bring that up earlier. When you doing that, right? What are you doing? Where are we going to be when shit hit the fan? Excuse my language. You think you're going to be in your air conditioned apartment, right? And we're just seeing it if this happened at our time, okay? But yeah, brothers got to wake up with that whole lone wolf spirit, man. That's the spirit we used to move in the world. I don't need brother, I don't need nobody. I can do it myself. You know,
Hey, Salaki. The thing about it is, in Jacob's trouble, you cheat with the Lord's Passover, which is against the commandments. right? And then you bulk up on water, food, ammunition, guns, a bomb shelter, and then the Most High God kills you with a heart attack.
Right, right in your bum shell.
Right, your bombshell, and then a law keeping Israelite happen to find you. Like, damn, the brother went out like that, and then he get all the stuff because he celebrated the Lord's Passover. Like, you don't want to mess with the Most High God. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Salakia, whenever you deal with the brothers and sisters, right, with that lone wolf spirit, I was just recently talking to a sister, um, talking about, how she should at least join a congregation because her problem with a lot of camps is that she has a fear of polygyny, as most of the sisters do, right? And so she's talking about how she doesn't want to join a camp or an organization because of that practice. And then another brother was
Wait,
saying that he didn't want to.
Joshua, I didn't hear you. She has a fear of what? I didn't hear what you said.
Polygyny. What most sisters go
Oh,
through. They like, oh, brother. And it's honestly not every brother is doing that, and that's not even the biggest thing. The biggest thing is just you know keeping the commandments and keeping the faith. But I'm like, just get with a congregation, period, because she by herself got like a couple kids, and she don't want to get with a congregation. I'm like, well, it'd probably be best. But a lot of them, they don't want to get with camp. So her biggest thing was that, and then the fear of rebuke. Like you don't want to be corrected. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of strange.
hey, Joshua, to be honest with you, that's really what it is, man. Right? Brothers and sisters hate order, right? They'll follow Esau's kingdom's order, but when it comes to with their own people, they don't want to hear it. A lot of it is they just hate their God. They hate people that look like them. Even the Most High that looks like them, they hate him too. They hate brothers and sisters that look like them, telling them what to do. Right? That's primarily what it is. They just hate order. They want to find everything negative about camps, about congregation. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that camps are perfect in every single thing they do, right? But you play your own part, right?
Yeah,
Don't be
nah,
caught up watching everybody and what they doing. Or we doing this, we doing that. Nah, man, if that's not your place, just stay in order, right? Now,
yeah,
nobody's telling you to stay under a wicked congregation that is teaching against the Bible. Nobody's saying that, right? But you got to be careful even with that too, with your understanding on the scriptures.
yeah, and it's wild because even a brother that I know of, he was in some wickedness, some mad wickedness,
So
and he don't want
that's
to join. Go
a
ahead.
lot, brother. Yeah, that's a lot of excuses though, because she could just come to the school and nobody's forcing her to be in a relationship with a man if she got fear of that.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's excuses. That's excuses. Like that don't make no sense. Just come to the school and get some structure and order and learn the scriptures, learn the statutes, laws, and commandments. If she don't want to deal with a man, she don't have to deal with a man. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you, in these days, like you say, she have children. Scripture said, "Woe to these women that give suck in these days." Giving birth and having children in these last days. They're gonna see how serious the circumstances is. But if she just want to come to the school and learn, she come to the school and learn. So I don't understand why that should stop her. That ain't a reason to stop her. Like Ari said, she just don't want order and structure and be corrected.
It's
Uh,
such an illogical fear. Like the elder said. No, first and foremost, no one's forcing you to marry nobody. Number one,
Hey, Ariella, real quick. Yeah, like brothers are gonna put a gun on her head and say, "Marry this brother." I mean, it's crazy to me. Salaki King.
and also crazy is these same women, right? Guess what? You got either multiple baby daddies, or you've been with X amount of men. You've had multiple husbands so many times in your life, right? But you're fearful of joining a congregation and keeping the commandments of the Lord by congregating with your brothers and sisters, because you fear something that created you. You do not exist if it wasn't for a polygynous relationship. Number one, right? Secondly, right? No one's forcing you to marry anyone. All right. Women give it up on their own all the time, right? To multiple men, right? At a time. Then you got the fact that you could marry a nigga who's not in a camp, who's just lying to you, say, oh, yeah, like, yeah, it's just you, baby. But he got two, three other women that he dealing with. It's just an illogical conclusion to come to. Oh, camps, polygyny, nope, don't want to be part of it. No, you're an idiot. I'm just gonna be frank.
Hey, so lucky, brother. I was one thing I was like when I was chopping it with the sister. I was like, man, just join IUIC. I don't think them brothers do that. If it's that big because you single, you got kids, you don't want to join the congregation because you got to fear that. Like to y'all's point, yeah, exactly. You don't got to marry, but then if that's your fear, and you want a man that doesn't do that, just join IUIC. Them brothers keep the commandments too. But
I mean, we ain't here to, can't bang on anybody. But like Ariala said, I'll just say this: there's a lot of dudes that say it. They only deal with one wife, and they know they got side chicks on the side. And I just say it like that. A
And
lot of
another
dudes are
cheat.
lying.
Yeah, time. And a lot of that, right? You can really deal with, like when you've written the camps, because it's the same thing they do with you, right? You can also do for the camps, like study, go
Facts.
watch their videos, you know what I mean? Take your time and just see what they're about, right? And we always say that. We don't force nobody to be part of HOI. We don't, and I know brothers of other camps don't force nobody to do that, right? Whatever camp resonate within your spirit, go with the camp, right? It's that simple. It's not that deep, man. The only reason why we're promoting that is because you need that congregation, that order, that structure, stability. That's so important, man, right? I did not know the scriptures at all until I got under teachers, right? And through the spirit of the Most High, certain things were revealed to me, right? They were just used as vessels. They're nobody. We all nobody. We're just servants of the Most High. We're not the one bringing you to the Most High, right? You know what I mean? Like, we're not the one that have power over that. That's what I mean. But we are used as vessels to do that work. So yes, if certain camps resonates within you, go with that camp. Study with that camp. It's that simple. All right. So that way you can get the benefits that come with that, and don't get caught up in all like dramas and stuff like that. Because that's another thing. You got people that get into every aspect of issues within the camp, and everything is about them. Get out of that spirit, man. If brothers are having issues, let them have their issues and deal with it according to the law, right? Don't get caught up in that and add yourself to that, right? Then now you're part of the mix. You're caught up in the drama, and you wonder why certain people look at you a certain way. Then now you have an ill feeling about the camp, right? Or because you were not put in a position that you thought you should be put in, right? Or because you cannot do certain things that you wanted to do, moving with a damn covetous spirit, man, right? Just come in, do your part, right? Wherever you feel like you can add to the congregation, do that. But just stay humble as much as you can, man, and just move with the spirit of the Most High, man. Everything is gonna be all right. All right.
I
Same
got a
time.
precept. That's crazy too, brother. Because the scriptures say the truth to set you free. I would think people would want you to tell them the truth rather than be lied to. But you know what I mean. That's what I think people are supposed to want, to know the truth rather than somebody lying to you. So that always bugged me out.
I got a precept. This is the book of Zephaniah, chapter 2, and I'm going to read verses 1 through 2 because that's important. The reason why we gather together, right? It reads, gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation not desired. Verse 2, before the decree bring forth, before the day excuse me, before the day pass as the chaff, before the fierce anger of Yahweh come upon you, before the day of the Lord's anger come upon you. So that's a scary thing. Whenever you read a verse like that, it's about to be wrath on the earth, and you don't want to, get with your people. You don't want to, be protected like that. It's weird. It's weird to me. And it's not logical. Get that rebuke and get you a little congregation.
Shalom. Priest,
Us.
did he get a chance to tap in?
Oh, Khan. Hey, Shalom, priest. And Yawasab. Shalom. Yabashim Yashabrakata. Shalom.
Hey, Yabashim Yashabrakatan.
Shalom, Yabashim Shabbat. Nah, the scripture say, "Oh goddamn, I got the red bar. Forget it. Shalom."
God, we could actually hear you, King, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. Scripture say when the elder's speaking, man, don't say nothing. So y'all was soft for speaking, so I was quiet. You know what I'm talking
Get out of here, priest. Get out. You the elder, man.
Yeah, praise God, jokes, man.
Hey, man, Ephraim, you know?
God. Oh, yeah, he is Ephraim now. Khan,
about?
Khan.
Yeah,
Damn
yeah,
right.
priest is Ephraim, man.
That's right. My man already got it. He got it. That's right. All praises. Yep.
Look at the sons of Rachel, man.
Hey, man, don't get me started.
Hey man, but really
Look at
quickly,
mamas
man,
of
you know what's so sad, man? What's so sad about us even have to do this topic? Shahpar and Ari is being nice. They talking about the people that want to cheat Passover. Let's talk about the people that try to condemn us for charging anything. Like, why isn't it free? Yeah, because they're going to give us the place for free and the land for free, right? We've actually had people ask us, why do we
Yeah, I
charge?
got sheep in the
It's just
backyard.
right, crazy.
Same people that celebrate Christmas.
I don't even answer when they ask me stupid stuff like that. Like, if lamb was so cheap, you would eat it at home on a regular basis. But uh-oh, yeah. You eat it on a regular basis because it's cheap. The reason why lamb is like a delicacy and most people don't have it on a regular basis, especially the good cuts like Ariella said, is because it's expensive. So imagine having to feed a whole crowd or congregation of people first, seconds, and thirds when the Bible says you shouldn't even come to Passover hungry. But that's another topic. You know, we shouldn't even have to. Like some things shouldn't even need to be said. That's the thing. I yield.
Khan, elder. Sister Tamara, I see you up here. And Yawasab, did you have anything to bring out real quick? Then we're going to go to the sister.
Nah, you could go to the sis.
Hey, shalom, sis. Welcome to the stage, sis.
Shalom.
Yeah, what you got to add to the topic or the bill?
I already did, but if you want me to repeat it again, I'll do.
No, sis, you don't have to. I was probably away from the phone. Salakia.
Yeah, I was just, I had brought it out before, that um we shouldn't be coming to the Passover. We shouldn't be doing anything cheap when it comes to the Most High, because He sacrificed His Son that was expensive as hell. He sacrificed His time. He brought us out of Egypt with a strong heart hand, and He's been taking care of us this whole time. And none of that comes cheap. So we shouldn't be doing anything cheap when it comes to the Most High. We should be prepared. We have a whole year to stock up, to save up, whatever it is that you need to do. You should be looking your best on that day. You should be giving your Yahweh the best. Point blank, period. I yield.
Khan, sis. It's definitely a fact, man. Yeah, but like Priest Daniela brought out, man. Nah, everything is free, man. The land is free. We could just go grab one. The place we're gonna fellowship is completely free. The garments are free, right? We don't need money for any of that, right? But it's madness, man. Of course we do need money, right? Nobody's trying to get rich off of anybody, all right? But at the same time, right? according to the law, man, we got to do this right, right? The Most High gets the best of everything we got. You know what I mean? And that's all we're bringing out. But all praises to the Most High. Again, if you in the room, you have anything to add on to the topic, please raise your hand, come up to the stage, and add to the build. Throughout it for the brothers and sisters that have added to the conversation. This is a great conversation because this stuff needs to be said, man. Because some people will tell you that you're being wicked for saying that we have to have the Passover a certain way, right? Ariella, you are muted. You want to say something?
Yeah, Con. Like I have a feeling. This is my theory that these people who are asking these retarded questions were the family members or who would just come to everyone's crib on Thanksgiving, all right, and bring absolutely nothing, right? Like my nigga, what? Like this? They spend hundreds of dollars on Thanksgiving meals, on their Christmas. Can I be heard?
Con,
God, niggas just spending all this money on damn Christmas meals, damn Thanksgiving meals, right? This shit ain't free. You know what I mean? Like, it's just this. Israel's so damn entitled, man. It's like we can't we can't have nothing nice. We can't do anything right. We just gotta do everything just half-assed, right? Just everything damn. I don't know. Just slapstick together. No, bro. Like it's a lot that goes into things. Like when people see people who've never planned anything, who've never had events, like shit costs money, man. Like when I was in college, I used to have to plan events, right? We had to raise funds to throw these events, right? We had to sell tickets to these events, right? And not to make a profit, to even just operate the event, like so that it makes sense.
hey, you breaking up?
Am I good now?
Nah, you sound staticky.
Salaki, I think he dropped off so he can come back.
Can I be heard now?
Yep.
Uh,
Okay, Con. Like when people don't like people who never planned an event or did anything entrepreneurial, right? We have this idea that okay, all right, go to work 9 to 5. My check should be this, blah 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 blah. But just like in this servant class mindset as a people, right? So when it comes to like being entrepreneurial, trying to start a business, people don't realize that shit costs, right? It's our people have this knack for because you my friend, because you my brother, all right, I should get a family discount. No, like the price, the to tell me their price is this for a discount. It's a damn. We don't do that to the man. We don't do that shit, right? But we do it to each other. Like it's such a slave mentality that our people have, and they need to get the hell up out of it, man. And this is why these questions like, oh, shouldn't it be free? Shouldn't it be blah blah blah? No, it should not. Like Passover ain't free, bro. Lamb ain't free. Venues ain't free. All right, none of that stuff is free. You gotta pay. You gotta put in your fair share, bro. Like let's stop the madness. Stop asking these dumbass questions.
God. It is what it is, brothers. I mean, you're always gonna have that, though. You're always gonna have somebody try to get it cheap or trying. That's just what it is, man. That's how Israel is. Y'all still there? Oculus.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, we are.
Yeah, it just went mad silent, huh?
Salakia, I would say that goes back to what was said before. We just need to continue to raise the bar, change our mindset. And Romans 12, verse 2, that reads, 1 second. It says, and be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. So everybody comes from different backgrounds and stuff in this captivity, but we got to continue to raise our mindset. And we should try to go all out anyway for our own, because this is ours. This belongs to us. This doesn't belong to any other nation of people. These holy days, the Most High gave us as part of our heritage. So that alone should be enough for us to, have that mindset of like, yeah, I'm gonna put that extra effort, that extra finances, whatever it takes in, resources, whatever you need, just to kind of enjoy something that belongs to you as a nation, especially when you realize you never had a heritage before we came to this truth. We just kind of started doing the heritage of our enemies, but we never really had our own. Now we know we got our own laws, statutes, and the commandments. Which includes these feast days, was given to us for a heritage. So we should try to go all out to continuously raise the bar every year and definitely keep that standard high for the Most High. Everybody still there?
Yep.
Oh, okay, because I just left the room and came back just to see if it was my phone or the app or something. Let me see if there's any updates for this thing.
Hey, Salakia, Israel. I'll be shutting down soon. Uh, the water for everybody for listening. This was a great topic, but I got to go prepare for other things coming up. We got events coming up. We got the Passover coming up. We got a trip to New Orleans coming up, so I'll be ending this room soon. I'd like to just say a habatah. I love y'all, man. Kwam Yasha Allah. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else got anything to say? In the closing and conclusion, y'all can get.
God, don't try to get a cheap Passover. Don't do it. You know what I mean? Go out your way to serve the Most High. Like you go out in the world, you could do it for the Most High just once a year. Now that don't mean you put yourself in jeopardy and put yourself in trouble financially, but you know what you can do. You know what you can do. So make it as best as you can and do what you can. Shaul Paul,
Kara,
when you leaving? When you leaving?
uh, either late Thursday night or early Friday morning.
All
It's
right,
a
calm.
7 hour drive for us.
Oh yeah, you and Chief, y'all taking the van, y'all driving down.
Yeah, the pull up boy van. We out.
All right, calm. Just you and Chief.
I think a couple other brothers are willing, but it's probably gonna be just me and Chief. Yeah.
Calm. 7 hours. All right, calm, Hawkins. Should be good, man. Have a safe trip, Hawkins.
Yahweh speed, brother. Yahweh speed.
Ka the water Taimara.
Go mess up the Feast of Bacchus. We'll get Israelites out of there.
Yeah.
Ka.
And Mardi Gras. What is it called? Mardi Gras. It
Yeah.
should be a hot kid, huh? No, sir. Well,
Yeah, most high will we get to rebuke our people and they whoredom and witchcraft.
Con. Mom, you with me, Sabat. We all went down to Vegas, man. Crazy camp. That first time we hit Vegas, it's crazy. That's when Elder Sabak ended up snuffing the cat, man.
All right, Aki, I'm about to shut this thing down. It's 1 o'clock. I'm about to get some other things done, most high willing. Kwame Ashala.
Shalom, man. Come here, bro.
Kwame Ashala.
Mashallah. Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom.